Help me give a New Mexico round of applause to Don McAlvaney.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the honor of being with you tonight. I really am impressed with what Ron and this group are doing, and it's exciting to see that there's a lot of Americans that really are beginning to wake up. There's a lot of people across our country that love our country, that hate socialism, that hate the New World Order, and I think that's probably the most exciting thing I've seen in my lifetime is what's happening across the country with groups like this, and there are millions of people that are beginning to wake up. So we live in some exciting times, and I believe that we will win, but we'll only win against the forces of evil with God's help. I'm going to cover a lot of ground tonight, and I will probably speak faster and faster as I go along, so I apologize for that in advance. But I've just got a massive amount of material I want to try to cover as far as what we see going on politically, economically, in the financial system and so forth. So we do have some newsletters out front. I'm going to have one more newsletter, I think, circulated here in a little bit. So if I leave out something or you don't get it, a lot of it, you'll find the details in our newsletter. Let me start out by giving you some principles that we'll try to illustrate as we move along this evening. The first principle is the majority is always wrong. Just figure out where most people are looking at any given time and look in the opposite direction, and you'll usually be correct. Americans are perpetual optimists. We like good news, we don't like bad news. We generally don't like people who bring us bad news. Psychologists call it the Pollyanna principle. The American way is to give us good news or don't tell us anything at all. And so I think we need to, in order to win the battle for investment survival or political survival, we need to avoid being an optimist or a pessimist, but be a realist. There are some heavy things happening in our land today, and we're going to talk about a number of these things tonight. Complacency is self-satisfaction accompanied by unawareness of actual dangers or deficiencies. And even though there are a lot of Americans beginning to wake up, you need to understand that the great majority of Americans are still very much asleep. The remnant of patriots is waking up and is growing, but the great majority of Americans still very, very complacent. Always mistrust the obvious. What you think you see happening is not necessarily what's happening. We have a new savior who has ridden into Washington on a white horse who is going to save us all, named Newt Gingrich. And again, I'm going to talk a little bit about Newt tonight. Mistrust the obvious. He's not what he appears to be, nor are most of the things that we see. Very few accidents, very few events are spontaneous or accidental. Most are manipulated. We live in a highly manipulated world, and we'll try to illustrate these principles as we go along tonight. Global events are speeding up. I call it the acceleration factor. I'm not quite sure what it means. Maybe we're plunging towards Armageddon. Maybe the New World Order is really another name for the kingdom of the Antichrist, or maybe it's simply to be a time of great trouble. But there are things moving very, very rapidly across our land and across the world today. The battle for world domination is a financial and a spiritual battle as well as a political battle. And if you don't understand all three sides, the political, the financial, and the spiritual, I think you will have a very incomplete understanding of what's really happening. Politicians, monetary and economic authorities will lie without hesitation to protect their own interests. I'm sure that's not true in New Mexico, but it is true in Colorado, where I come from, and unfortunately I think it's true in Washington very much. So ignore what the politicians say, but watch what they do. And that, by the way, includes Newt Gingrich, who's saying great things and has been pushing the liberal socialist agenda for the last 10 to 15 years. The 1990s will witness a tremendous loss of freedom, but that's what groups like this are all about, to see if we can reverse that trend. Throughout history, the bearer of bad news has been unpopular. In the ancient world, such people were stoned, and that was probably before they had grass around. They really used rocks to try to get them. And we'll give you at least a few items tonight that will be construed to be bad news, and I hope that I don't get stoned before I leave the auditorium. To discredit factual arguments of the truth, the political left will attack a man. They'll discredit him. In Latin, this is called argumentum ad hominem. Attack a man, pull down his character, make him look like a buffoon, and so people will not listen to him. It was interesting, I heard Bo Greitz on a television program here in the last week or so, and he actually was quite good, but this commentator kept trying to pull up all kinds of accusations and so forth against him to try to discredit him. And that's what the political left will try to do to us. They'll try to hang labels on us that make us look like fools, buffoons, or worse. Hosea 4:6 says, "My people perish from lack of knowledge." And I assume that this is a very well-informed group, but the average American gets their information from television, they get it from the mainline media, they think they're well-informed, and they're educated fools. They don't understand what's going on, and so I guess it's up to all of us to try to get people better informed. Proverbs 27:12 says, "The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and suffer for it." And I do think there's probably more simple people in the world than there are prudent, but we'll talk some more about that as we go along tonight. Okay, I see the world as a three-sided triangle, and this triangle, I believe, describes America and the decline that we find ourselves in. Monetary economic decline on the left-hand side of our triangle, and I'll try to illustrate these as we go along this evening. And it's based on the false premise that man can have or create something out of nothing. And we have seen the most incredible explosion in debt and running the government printing presses over the last 20 years. And I think the U.S. financial system is on the brink of collapse as we speak. And I'll try to give you some reasons later on in the evening why I believe that's so. Behind that, though, is the social political decline of America, and this is based on the false premise that all men are equal or can be made equal through the redistribution of wealth and through government edict. If we can simply control the masses, people like you, and put controls on you and make you all equal, and we'll redistribute the income a la Robin Hood, and then it'll all be wonderful, and that's the socialist program. And that socialist program is obviously accelerating in the United States and all over the world today. And part of this social political decline is also the plunge towards the New World Order, and I want to talk about that for at least a few minutes early in the evening. But I think the basis of our problem is our spiritual decline, and this is based on the abandonment of our spiritual God-centered heritage and a switch to a man-centered culture that excludes God, Jesus Christ, the Bible, heaven and hell, and most absolutes. Prosperity has caused us to forget how we got here. We got here, we became the greatest nation in the history of the world because God blessed this nation above all other nations in history. And yet when we forget God, we're in real trouble. When Alexander Solzhenitsyn was asked on BBC television some years ago why the Russian people have lost their freedom, he thought for a minute and he said, because we forgot God. Is it possible that that's happening in the United States today? I believe that it is. Okay, so we'll talk tonight a little bit about all of these things. I have a friend named David Noble who wrote a book called Understanding the Times. Actually a very interesting book, a very interesting man. He has a ministry for Christian conservative teenagers up in Colorado Springs where they come and they learn about the Christian worldview versus the secular humanist versus the socialist, the Marxist, Leninist, and the New Age worldviews. And they go out and they become real fighters. But as Issachar was described in 1 Chronicles 12:32 as a person who understood the times, we need to understand the times in which we live. And very few Americans do, although I'm glad to say there seems to be a growing number that do. One of the great things that's happened in our country in the last few decades has been the emergence of talk radio. Millions and millions of Americans every day are getting the other side, and it must be driving the liberals crazy. And isn't it fun to drive the liberals crazy? So there are a lot of people beginning to wake up and who are beginning to understand the times. And I suppose that's why we have groups like this tonight. Okay, let's take a few minutes and let's talk about the New World Order, because I think we need to see some of the things we say here over the next couple hours in the framework of a plan to try to move us into a world government. There are powerful people in what I call the liberal Eastern establishment that believe they can establish a world government, and they really are arrogant enough to think they can do it in the next 5 years or so. Their target date has been the year 2000. It's hard for me to see it coming together that quickly, but in some ways they are moving very quickly. They envision this world government. You say, what's wrong with world government? It's just totally destructive of freedom. Ever since the Tower of Babel, Satan has been trying to put together a world government, whether under the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, under Napoleon, under the Nazis, under the communists, and of course that world government will be totally destructive of our freedom and our way of life, of our Constitution and all those protections that we hold dear. They believe they can establish this world government in the next 5 to 10 years. And so an awful lot of what we see going on and some of what we talk about tonight will be in the frame of reference of what they're trying to do. We're told that we're on the threshold of a new order. We're told that we're building a new world. In fact, Mikhail Gorbachev and George Bush both talked several hundred times about a new world order and how wonderful it would be. We had Gorbachev seeking a partnership to build a new world order. Fidel Castro talked about the new world order when he was at the United Nations back in 1979. H.G. Wells was actually talking about the new world order as far back as the 1930s. Well, what do they mean? What do they mean by the new world order? Well, let's see what a few of the folks have said about this. George Bush, who was certainly a leading advocate of the new world order, said the following right before the Persian Gulf War: the Persian Gulf crisis is a rare opportunity to forge new bonds with old enemies. The Soviet Union, a unique and extraordinary moment. Out of these troubled times, a new world order can emerge under the United Nations, under a United Nations that performs as envisioned by its founders, and they envisioned a world government under the United Nations. Bush went on to say at another time, he said, "This is a historic moment. We have in the past year made great progress in ending the long era of the Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for our future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the rule of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will have a real chance at the new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN founders." Okay, that was Bush speaking right before we began to bomb Iraq. Then George Bush said in his State of the Union address shortly thereafter, "The world can therefore seize the opportunity, the Persian Gulf crisis, to fulfill the long-held promise of a new world order where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind." Okay, David Rockefeller said, "We are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the new world order." On the eve of the Gulf War, General Brent Scowcraft, who was the National Security Advisor to the President, said, "A colossal event is upon us, the birth of a new world order." In his book, The Keys to This Blood, Malachi Martin, a former Roman Catholic priest, quoted Pope John Paul II, who said, quote, "By the end of this decade," that's 2000 AD, "we will live under the first one world government that has ever existed in the society of nations, a government with absolute authority to decide the basic issues of human survival. One world government is inevitable," so said Pope John Paul just a few years ago. So what is the goal of the folks who would have us in a new world order? As Rear Admiral Chester Ward, who used to be a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, once said, he said, "It is submergence of U.S. sovereignty and national independence into an all-powerful one-world government. This lust to surrender the sovereignty and the independence of the U.S. is pervasive throughout most of the membership of the establishment." New World Order, then, is a world government under the United Nations, a world government that envisions a one-world currency, a one-world central bank, one world economic planning, one world environmental control, one world population control. All of this is to be held together by what they call a New World Army, a United Nations Army, which is to be made up of troops from the various member nations of the UN, including the Russians, from all over the world. They hope to make that UN Army over the next few years up to 400,000 to 500,000. Indeed, if your boys or girls are serving in the U.S. military right now, very likely they are serving under a UN commander, or at least in certain theaters, like if they went to Somalia or elsewhere, that's Bosnia, they will be wearing the blue UN beret, serving under the UN flag, serving under a UN commander, and signing an oath that says, "I am a UN fighting person." I don't know about you, but I was in the military, and I would die for my country and for my Constitution, but I wouldn't die for the United Nations. I might die fighting against the United Nations, but certainly not for the United Nations. Okay, let's talk about the United Nations, because in a real way it has been reborn in recent years and has been moved to center stage. The UN was founded in 1945 by globalists such as Soviet spies Alger Hiss and Harry Dexter White, who are both high-ranking U.S. officials, and other establishment globalists and communists, many from Russia. Its charter was patterned after the Russian Constitution. It was headquartered like a giant Trojan horse in New York, and it was envisioned by its globalist, socialist, and communist founders as a primary vehicle for world government. One of the little-known but most dangerous side agreements was that the UN would always have as its chief military commander a Russian general officer, and that has been true from the Korean War up through Somalia, Bosnia, Rwanda, through Haiti, through all UN military deployments since World War II. Over the past 30 to 40 years, the UN has not lived up to the globalists and communist expectations that it would lead the way and be the vehicle for world government, but suddenly all that is changing. Over the past 5 years, the establishment aided and abetted by George Bush and now Bill Clinton has breathed new life into the UN. New military operations are being sought or created, whether it's Haiti, whether it's Somalia, Bosnia, maybe Korea, to give it credibility to justify its existence and the expansion of its military arm, the so-called New World Army. Some of those operations would be Operation Desert Storm, Somalia, Bosnia, Rwanda, Haiti, etc. And a massive global propaganda blitz has been launched by the establishment, extolling the virtues of the UN and its essentiality as the machinery for implementing the New World Order. In May 1994, the Clinton administration released its policy on reforming multilateral peace operations, which lays out a framework for America's participation in future UN peacekeeping operations, or so-called New World Order enforcement operations, and how America can move to strengthen the UN. This policy is the beginning of a major move by the Clintonistas and the establishments to move the U.S. military under the authority and command structure of the United Nations. Okay, on June 1st, 1994, the United Nations Human Development Program released its Human Development Report 94, which sets forth a blueprint to destroy the sovereign nation state and replace it with a one-world UN dictatorship. The UNDP report calls for the creation of a re-energized world court with powers to subpoena nations, a world police force, the New World Army, a world central bank which would give the International Monetary Fund sole powers to enforce austerity on nations, a world treasury, a mechanism to demand and enforce population reduction on nations. That's what that big meeting over in Cairo over the last year was all about, the population control, to move the world not just into global abortion, which of course is here, but also into global euthanasia. And so a mechanism to demand and enforce population reduction on nations linked to their economic performance. This UNDP proposal, if implemented, would create the enforcement apparatus for massive genocide in third world countries. An Economic Security Council with a mandate to interfere in those states that do not comply to UN protocols for genocide or free trade liberalization. A World Trade and Production Organization which would not only regulate free trade, so-called free trade, but also dictate production quotas to nations. To fund its one world government, the UNDP report calls for global taxation, which will include taxes on pollution, taxes on savings from demilitarization, taxes on all foreign exchange transactions, and a global income tax on nations whose peoples have an average income above $10,000. That does include the United States. Of course, this is global income redistribution, and I'm sure none of you pay enough taxes, and so you won't mind contributing a little bit more taxes to the United Nations to help kind of enslave you. Moving the U.S. military under UN command is part of the program. On 5/3/94, Bill Clinton signed an executive order, presidential decision, or Directive 13, now designated PDD 25, which is a quantum leap in surrendering our sovereignty to the UN. PDD 25 provides for placing U.S. troops under UN command, for sharing classified U.S. intelligence information with the UN, and of course, it will go straight to the Russians. Repealing of the law that limits the amount of troops the U.S. Can commit to the UN without congressional approval. By the way, here's some of your troops, our troops over in Somalia. under the United Nations command. Establishing a UN peacekeeping financial account for UN military operations, again bypassing Congress. After 18 troops were killed in Somalia, 6 of whom were beheaded, these are U.S. troops, 6 of whom were beheaded, disemboweled, and mutilated when the UN commander refused to send them aid, Senator Trent Lott, Republican from Mississippi, charged, quote, "The Clinton administration appears dedicated to sending the U.S. military into the dangerous seas of multinational peacekeeping in an effort to elevate the status of the United Nations into the guardian arbiter of the New World Order. Key to this new vision of the world is a vision of a New World Order army whose singular purpose is to enforce the whims of the arcane United Nations Security Council," end quote, Senator Trent Lott. Pat Buchanan wrote on the issue, quote, "The Clinton Doctrine is defined in PDD 13 as a surrender of U.S. sovereignty and a betrayal of the ideas upon which our republic was founded. It is a formula for making American soldiers Hessians of an imperial army whose interventions could make America the most hated nation on earth. The idea of an endless spilling of American blood chasing would-be dictators and warlords around the world to guarantee the survival or return of regimes such as Jean-Bertrand Aristide's in Haiti is an absurd redefinition of U.S. national interests. Illustrative of the Clintonista attitude of subjugating the U.S. military to the UN is Al Gore's. You may remember him. He's the vice president. He's been hiding lately, but he is still vice president. Maybe he'll be president soon. You never know. Al Gore's incredible remarks on the days of the death of 15 Americans from friendly fire, so-called friendly fire in Iraq. The vice president extended condolences to the families of those who died in the service of the United Nations. If I'd lost one of those young men or women, I would have not liked that very well, I think. Okay, now, the New World Order envisions 3 major regional governments and then some smaller regional governments. The first regional government is now called the European Union. It started out as the European Economic Community, an economic union of the nations of Western Europe, and has evolved by design into a political union. And it's run by socialists in Brussels, Belgium. I visited their headquarters about a year and a half ago over in Brussels. These people have long since been infiltrated by the KGB, which, by the way, is alive and well. And they're also occultists. And you'll find these signs all over Europe. Europe, many tongues, one voice. What is that a picture of? It's the Tower of Babel, except for the little crane. It actually came from a 16th century painting by a Flemish artist called the Tower of Babel. And these stars are to represent the nations of Europe, but are those stars? No, they're not. They're upside down. That's a Baphomet. That's an occultic symbol. That's like the satanic goat's head with the horns in the chin. And you see, this whole thing, this whole move to a world order, New World Order, is as occultic and as satanically based as the Nazi Third Reich was, and it was primarily a spiritual, supernatural movement, and secondarily was it as a political movement. Same thing with the New World Order. Second major regional government in the New World Order is to be NACOM, the North American Common Market, the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and that was kicked off with the NAFTA agreements a year or so ago, pushed through, by the way, not by the Democrats, but with the help of the Republican leadership, including Newt Gingrich, our favorite congressman. Okay? And NAFTA was designed to tear down the economic borders between the United States, Mexico, and Canada, and ultimately to tear down the political borders so that we can be merged much as the European Union has been. And that's why Bill Clinton, who takes orders from his establishment bosses, just as Newt Gingrich and Bob Dole do, that's why he rushed in so rapidly to bail out Mexico with your tax dollars. He did it by executive order because he couldn't get it through the Congress. Dole and Gingrich were pushing hard for it, but they didn't have the votes, and so he just did it by executive order. I'm going to talk a little bit later in the evening maybe about Mexico and Canada. Canada is on the verge of bankruptcy. Canada could split apart in the next couple of years. And so if you think the bailout of Mexico was a big deal, wait till we start bailing out Canada. Okay, but all of that is to be a stepping stone. NAFTA is to be a stepping stone to towards the New World Order. In fact, that's what Henry Kissinger said, that NAFTA was a giant stepping stone to the New World Order. The powers that be envision a regional government where America is broken into 10 separate regions. In New Mexico, you'd be in Region 6. In Colorado, we'd be in Region 8. Your headquarters would be Dallas, ours would be Denver. And so they envision these various regions. Obviously, you've got to take down the Constitution before you can install that regional government. And if they make an end run and get us into a constitutional convention, let me tell you something, that would be a way. Right now, it's hard for me to see them slam dunking a New World Order by the year 2000. If they nailed our Constitution, they could do it overnight. They could literally do it overnight. So a constitutional convention is a real scary type thing. The third major regional government is in Japan, headquartered in Japan in the Pacific Rim, and then there's sub-regional governments in Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and so forth. I've written a fair amount about the New World Order in a book that I do have on the table outside, Toward the New World Order, The Countdown to Armageddon, and there's a lot of good books around, so it's not really a secret what they're doing there. Okay, an integral part, the cornerstone, if you will, of the New World Order is the merger of the common interests of the United States and the old Soviet Union, or Mother Russia, or whatever you want to call her. So a few years ago, while George Bush was in the White House, we began to hear about super partners, an ambitious game plan for a new era. And we begin to see as they sign treaties and so forth, and we begin to support aid to them, that we were really moving into a U.S.-Soviet alliance. A few of us thought at the time, well, gosh, it seems strange how a bunch of murdering people who have probably killed 80 million of their own people since 1917, how can you be in an alliance with such evil? But then later on we were told that communism was dead and they were not evil at all. There is this was an ad, by the way, from Archer Daniels Midland, which is an establishment multinational corporation headed by Dwayne Andreas. This map is far from accurate, but it does serve to illustrate a very important point. As trade between the USSR and the U.S. expands, we're moving closer and closer together. So they've got the two countries snuggled up. And so over the last 4 or 5 years, you begin to see the Soviet and American flags flying together, although they've now changed their flag. If you went up to Alaska, you could go to a state park and you could find the Soviet, American, and Alaskan flags flying side by side. Why not? I mean, we're partners, aren't we, in an alliance? And if you ate greasy McDonald's hamburgers in Anchorage, Alaska, once again, you could eat under the flagpole that had the Soviet flag, all part of this brand new era for the New World Order. Now, the question is, should we be concerned about communism? Is it really dead? No, it's really not. Communism still controls about 1/3 of the world's land mass and about 1/3 of the world's population. It controls about 61 countries. The most recent large country to fall to communism was South Africa about a year ago, last April 26th. So the question is communism really dead? Well, Vladimir Lenin said, we advance through retreat. That's a Machiavellian concept which most Americans can't understand. You see, if I'm coming after you and I'm in your face and I'm going for your throat, you're on guard, you're on defense, etc., etc. And then if all of a sudden I start backing up and I tell you I'm no longer hostile towards you, in fact now I love you and I want to be your friend, and I start backing up and retreating, what do? You lower your guard. And that's why Lenin said, we advance through retreat. He actually got the idea from Sun Tzu, who wrote a great little book called The Art of War. I really encourage you to get it. If you want to understand strategy, especially the strategic strategy of deception as practiced by the Russians, the Nazis in an earlier day, you want to get Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War. He said, when at your pinnacle of strength, feign weakness. Now, of course, Russia is not at their pinnacle of economic strength, never have been, nor are they the economic basket case they are portrayed to be. They are much more powerful economically than you might guess by reading the press. But they haven't dismantled their military. Their military is as strong as ever. They are continuing to build new nuclear missiles, new nuclear submarines, intercontinental ballistic missiles, warheads. They are continuing to build tanks, etc., etc., even as we are massively and rapidly disarming. And so I think they need to be watched. What's glasnost perestroika? Well, it was described as this great period of peace and prosperity, and they would move towards us, and we would move towards them, and they would become free marketeers, and they would move to free elections and democracy, and it would really be wonderful. And that's the way it's been portrayed to us, but we would have seen through it had we simply gone back and read a little history or remembered, because it was the 6th period of glasnost perestroika. The first one was in the 1920s under Lenin. The second one was in the 30s under Stalin. Again, the third one under Stalin in the 40s. In the 50s under Khrushchev, in the 60s under Brezhnev, and finally under Gorbachev. And in each of these prior periods of glasnost perestroika, they had told us, we're your friends, we want to become just like you, we want to get rid of our old communist ways and become good capitalists like you, but we can't do it without a lot of aid, without a lot of help from you guys, and so the Western aid poured in every time. In this fifth one, Brezhnev also said, gosh, and if we're going to be friends, we've all got to disarm, and so let's sign the ABM treaty. That was the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty of 1973. Both nations signed it and agreed never to deploy an anti-missile missile system. They did, and we didn't. We abided by the treaty, but they went ahead and ringed their major cities and industrial sites, etc. Finally, in 1980, not 85, but in 1980, the Politburo called in Yuri Andropov, who was head of the KGB, and they said, we need a plan. We need a script, if you will, for Glasnost number 6. Make this one the biggest and the best ever. And so the KGB came back off the drawing boards about 6 to 12 months later with the script for Glasnost number 6. He did not get a chance, even though Andropov came to power in 83, died of kidney disease in 84. And later on in 85, Mikhail Gorbachev, protege of Andropov's, who had come up through the ranks of the KGB, it fell to him to implement the script for Glasnost number 6. And I want to talk about that for just a couple of minutes because it's in process now, and it is probably the greatest strategic deception campaign in all of history. The Russians are masters of strategic deception, convincing us that one thing is happening when in fact exactly the opposite is happening. Okay, if you really want to read an interesting book on this, I recommend a book by Anatoly Golitsyn called New Lies for Old. He's a former major in the KGB, and he wrote a great deal about these various periods of Glasnost perestroika, including the script for the new one. And the script for Glasnost number 6 called for the following Soviet concessions, or supposed concessions. They would yield nominal control of Eastern Europe. They would superficially encourage democracy movements in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. They would open the Iron Curtain, tear down the Berlin Wall. Now, all these things happened 7 or 8 or 9 years later, but they were all planned. It was all a very, very well-staged script, okay? They would allow reunification of East and West Germany. They would declare communism dead, the Cold War over, and communist parties of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe irrelevant, okay? And they did all those things, but it wasn't spontaneous. It was all totally planned. Now, the pattern of deception that we've seen in Eastern Europe, you see it down in Nicaragua as well, is to purge the old guard hardline communists and bring in lesser-known communists or communist collaborators and call them reformers, and the KGB was in charge of these purges. Change the name of the Communist Party while declaring communism in that particular country to be dead. They created an organization, an opposition organization in 1980 called Solidarity in Poland. Solidarity was formed by the communists, and it had over 1 million members of the Communist Party in it, and they came up with one of their men, who they called a non-communist, and his name was Lech Walesa, and he's been running the country for the last few years. And they made it appear as if this was the non-communists in charge. They did the same thing in Romania. Romania, in December 25th, the Christmas Day of 1989, Nicolae and Elena Ceausescu, the 2 hardest-line communists in the world at that time, were overthrown, put to the wall, and shot, and the Romanians and a lot of the world cheered. But 6 months earlier, there had been a meeting of the Politburo who called in the KGB and the GRU, which is Soviet Military Intelligence, in Moscow, and they said, we need a coup in Romania. We're trying to project this soft line reform image, and these idiots keep talking like hardliners, and they're hurting our credibility. So they went in, and the KGB got together with people in the Romanian military, and the first thing they did was they formed a group called the New Salvation Front. The New Salvation Front. Some of my Christian friends think it's a group of born-agains. It wasn't. It was a KGB front. As things began to stir up, and the communists were helping to stir them throughout the fall of 1989, it finally broke out into full-scale revolution, and on Christmas Day, the Ceausescus were overthrown and shot, and suddenly the New Salvation Front becomes the new non-communist government, of Romania, and a new man that most of us have never heard of named Ion Iliescu became the number 2 man, or became the president of Romania, but he had been the number 3 man in the old Communist Party. They simply took the old secret police, they shot the top 200 and took the other 49,800 and scattered them around the country. Romania is a communist country today, called a non-communist country. And so is Poland, and so is Russia, and so are all the Russian republics, okay? Massive strategic deception, okay? They would give birth to new democratic opposition organizations that are reality controlled and by closet communists and by the KGB. The communists are masters at creating their own opposition and making it look like it's the real thing, and then when it comes to power, it looks like the real thing, but it's really controlled with them, and that's what the establishment has done, pardon my expression, with Rush Limbaugh, who was financed by Phil Donahue, who is on the liberal left side. I think you know where he comes from. And watch Rush when it comes to talking about New World Order and things that are really critical. I think that's what the establishment is doing with Newt Gingrich. He talks conservative. He does everything they want him to do. Okay? They would then hold, a part of the pattern of deception, they would hold so-called free elections, which are in reality manipulated and controlled by the communists. They would announce the termination and dismantling of the secret police while in actuality reshuffling and reassigning the operatives, keeping the organizations very much alive in a different form and with different name or names. They would use the present period of euphoria, confusion, and chaos in the West to infiltrate tens or hundreds of thousands of secret communist agents into the West. About 2 years ago, the former heads of both the FBI and the CIA both made a statement within a few days of one another that there were more KGB and GRU agents pouring into the United States at that time, and I suppose it's continued, than any time throughout the whole Cold War. We think communism is dead. We've turned our back. We have laid down our arms, and the communists are infiltrating people into this country so rapidly you wouldn't believe it. Okay? Now, what is the West supposed to give up as part of its Western quid pro quo, if you will, or what concessions are we supposed to give up? First, America and the West would assume Russia's $40 to $50 billion a year financial burden of Eastern Europe. We have done so, okay? We are now helping to pay for Eastern Europe, which we call non-communist. A reunified Germany would pull out of NATO and become neutral. Instead, they just neutralized Germany and have basically neutralized NATO. American troops will be pulled out of Western Europe. That is happening, and I think very quickly by the end of this year we'll probably be down to 100,000 troops in Europe, maybe less. Western Europe will move to neutrality, and NATO will collapse. Okay, that reminds me of the Red Dawn scenario. Any of you ever see the movie Red Dawn? Western Europe goes neutral, NATO collapses, a revolution sweeps up through the Caribbean basin in Mexico, the Soviets nuke a number of U.S. SAC bases and drop an airborne invasion into the United States. If they did it, the first place they would occupy would be Alaska. Do you know how many Russians are in Alaska? Do you know how much Russian activity goes on in Alaska all the time on an accelerating basis? That's not really an unrealistic scenario. If you haven't seen that movie, you might want to go out and get it. It's a Defense Department war scenario. Okay, America and the West would massively finance and bail out the basket case Soviet economy as it has 5 times since 1921. Well, of course, we started several years ago under Bush, have accelerated the aid under Bill Clinton. We give them everything. We give them our best computers, we give them our best high tech, et cetera, et cetera. So the Western aid began to pour into Russia. It has continued. We've sent them food aid. We've sent them everything. Whatever they need, they get. We bail out everybody in the world. Okay. Meanwhile, the next thing on their list was that Western and Eastern Europe will merge into one economic bloc. They're moving in that direction now, and I believe over the next 5 years that will be a fait accompli. America and the West would massively disarm in the post-communism, post-Cold War era. We are massively disarming, and if you know anyone high up or in a critical position in the U.S. military, they can tell you all about it. We are dismantling our military even as the Soviets continue to build and expand and strengthen theirs. There's an interesting book that a friend of mine, Tony Sutton, wrote a few years ago, National Suicide, Military Aid to the Soviet Union. It's all about how America helped build up Russia on a military high-tech basis. Part of the script was America would discontinue support for the anti-communist resistance movements around the world. We did that in the latter part of the 80s. UNITA, the Contras, the Mujahideen, and so forth. American troops would be pulled out of South Korea and the Philippines. We pulled them out of the Philippines. They're not coming out of South Korea right now because of the potential for war over there. Okay, the Russians, just real quickly looking at some of their strategies. Their strategy for the Persian Gulf is Operation Pincer, a long-term surrounding the Persian Gulf oil fields where 90% of the world's oil reserves are located. The Soviets see themselves one day with their military in this area, and they believe if they can control the Persian Gulf oil fields, that they can control the world. Brezhnev said in 1973, in his Brezhnev Doctrine, he said, we'll take the two treasure chests upon which the West depends, the strategic minerals in southern Africa, the strategic oil reserves in the Persian Gulf, and then we'll dictate the terms of surrender to the West. Well, they pretty much took the strategic minerals in South Africa last year, and now you've got communists running the government of the Republic of South Africa. They believe the Persian Gulf is next. You hear a lot about Israel. Just one comment on Israel very quickly. The PLO are a 100% wholly owned subsidiary of the KGB, always have. And so when you see that nasty little man with the beard, Yasser Arafat, understand he works for the KGB, and he has for probably 25 years or more. So very, very unstable part of the world over there. The Soviets have their designs on the Philippines, which set aside these great shipping lanes over which 50% of the world's trade is shipped. They wanted us to get out of our bases at Subic Bay and Clark Field, and we were moved out of them by Bush. And the New People's Army is about 50,000 strong now, supported by Russia. Communists don't do some things well, but I'll tell you what they're very efficient at. They have a very efficient killing machine. Here was a Sunday school class over in the Philippines a couple of years ago that they mowed down. Here's the head of the Sunday school teacher. Communists hate Christians. And we're so complacent in this country, we don't understand that the communists are killing Christians all over the world. You should go down to southern Africa, go to South Africa or Mozambique or Angola, and see what the communists are doing to people. It is really, really nasty. Okay, South Africa, just to mention, they were one of the targeted countries. These are the countries that were in red that the communists already controlled in Africa. South Africa and Namibia were targeted. Morocco, Sudan, Chad. Chad has now fallen to the communists. Namibia has now fallen to the communists. South Africa has now fallen to the communists. Here's Nelson Mandela and Winnie under the communist flag with the just recently died head of the South African Communist Party giving the Communist Party salute. Okay, the man to watch is this man, Zhirinovsky. He's just one of many, but Zhirinovsky is not a fool. He's a very intelligent man. He's wholly owned subsidiary of the KGB, and he could come to power in the next 3 to 6 to 9 months. Yeltsin's a figurehead. Yeltsin has no real power in Russia. So watch Zhirinovsky. Also watch Rizhkoy. He's the guy that was inside the Parliament building when Yeltsin burned it. He was the hero of Afghanistan. I guess he was a hero because he helped kill 1.5 million men, women, and children in Afghanistan. This is the White House. This was their Parliament. They burned this. Yeltsin burned it, and of course Bill Clinton responded immediately and said this was a great victory for democracy. And some of us thought, well, gosh, maybe this means he's going to burn the White House or the Capitol building in America, and maybe that would be a step forward. But it didn't happen. In any case, we've heard a lot about the end of the empire, and that may be true, but we've also heard that Russia is being reborn, and that is also true. What you've got happening, and this is very important that you kind of put this in perspective, because you're going to see a lot out of the Russians in the next 5 years, a lot more than you think. They are not a spent force, not by any shape of the imagination. Basically what the Russians are doing, remember they're long-term chess players, and what they're basically doing is they're neutralizing their western flank. They're neutralizing Western Europe with this whole glasnost number 6. They're neutralizing their eastern flank, which is primarily Red China, with a non-aggression pact, and they have now moved into alliance with China. And that will leave them free to move into the Persian Gulf sometime in the next 3 to 5 to 7 years, okay, which is their ultimate goal. We've been here before when Chamberlain came out of the meeting with Hitler in Munich in 1938. He said there will be peace in our day, and a great war broke out within months that ultimately took 55 million lives. So conclusion, communism is not dead worldwide. Ask the Chinese students if communism is dead. By the way, tremendous crackdown against Christians in China. They're executing Christians and jailing Christians all over China. All it takes is one little bullet in the head. Very efficient. and then you have to pay for the burial and for the bullet if it was one of your relatives. Communism is just changing its names, colors, strategies, tactics. It's called the war called peace. Soviets are securing their eastern and western flanks preparatory to a military move into the Persian Gulf oil fields, probably in the latter part of this decade. At least that is their long-term game plan. Soviets have seduced America and the West into disarming while massively arming themselves in preparation for war. The Old Testament prophet Jeremiah warned to beware when men cry peace, peace, and there is no peace. 1 Thessalonians 5:3 warns they will cry peace and safety, and then sudden destruction comes upon them. You want to read a little bit about the Russians. I've always been quite fascinated by them. There's a good book, Mesmerized by the Bear, The Soviet Strategy of Deception. Speaking of deception, here's Mikhail Gorbachev. He is not a spent force, by the way. He's sitting out in Los Angeles at our former military base, as you will, San Francisco, at the Presidio. Very active, very key player in the New World Order type thing. There he is at the Sea of Galilee with his wife with the dove of peace on him. Isn't that symbolic? Okay, Russia is considered to be a very important part of the New World Order, but I do believe that before it's all over, Russia will double-cross their New World Order partners in the West and will attack the West, and I think that will happen in the next 5 or 10 years. Okay, personal opinion, but I know a few people who share that with me. Okay, here, in the spirit of the United Nations Day, John Anderson, maybe you remember him, he ran for president in 1980, asked your support for a UN World Federation. World peace requires world laws. Global problems require global governments. Join John Anderson now in working to transform the United Nations into an empowered democratic world federation, the global parliament to enact laws to protect the Earth's environment, a standing peacekeeping force and arbitral system to prevent wars, the international criminal court to bring terrorists to trial, and I suppose their definition of a terrorist will probably be anybody who opposes the New World Order. Okay, understand that environmentalism is an important vehicle for the New World Order. You may remember the big Earth Summit they had in Rio in the summer of '92. Al Gore, our Vice President, was down there, George Bush was down there, and so forth. And it wasn't just about the environment, though. It was also about the New World Constitution. There is a World Constitution. In fact, there's an outfit in Lakewood, Colorado. You can write if you want to get a copy of the Constitution. The environmental movement, however, will be a major vehicle to try to move us towards not only socialism, but toward the New World Order. George Bush talked about a new age of promise, and you need to understand that this whole concept of the New World Order is like a coin. One side of it is political, and the other side is supernatural or occultic. And indeed, many of the leaders, including George Bush, when he talked about 1,000 points of light, you understand, that came from the occultic writings of Alice Bailey some decades earlier, and it also came from the first line of a New Age mantra that calls for the Lord Maitreya to come to the earth. So it wasn't this innocuous thing that we were told that it was. You'll find that many of the leaders in the New World Order movement are also up to their eyeballs in the occult and into all kinds of strange things, but that's very much like it was in the Third Reich as well. So welcome to the global village. It's going to be lots of fun, or at least this is what they try to tell us, and they think they'll have us there in the next few years. By the way, both the New World Order and the New Age say they can deliver us to world government by the year 2000. I don't think they'll make it, but that is their number, not mine. You want to read some interesting background books on some of these things. The World's Last Dictator by Dwight Kinman, pretty good book. The Fourth Reich of the Rich by Des Griffin really kind of puts it all together, I think, quite well. Anthony Sutton's got a book called The Rise, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, all about how the powers that be in our establishment helped finance Hitler before and during World War II. Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, all about how much of the Bolshevik Revolution was financed here in America and in London. William Jasper's got a great little book, Global Tyranny, Step by Step, the United Nations and the Emerging New World Order. If you haven't read John Stormer's first or his second updated book, None Dare Call It Treason, I can recommend that. This is a dynamite book by a friend of mine, Joe Douglas, a Defense Department analyst, or former Defense Department analyst, all about how the Russians and the communist bloc have been helping to orchestrate the world drug trade for many decades now. Very, very interesting. If you've never read anything by Richard Warmbrand, I can also recommend him very highly. He wrote a book called Tortured for Christ. He was in prison for 20 years in the communist prison camps, and a lot of good insights there. That's just one of his books. Here's an interesting little book, The Best Money Enemy Can Buy, about the U.S. military buildup and high-tech buildup of Russia. Some of these books you may have seen, but if you haven't and you're interested in getting a little bit better informed, you might want to pick up a few of them. The Invisible Government by Dan Smoot. And if you want to read a book that'll really make you proud to be an American, at least if you look back in our history and our heritage, get this little book, The Light and the Glory, by Peter Marshall and David Manuel. And it's kind of like the Christian history of America. And gosh, it's really a fun book to read, and it'll really make you proud of who and what we are. Okay, that's a little bit of background on the social political decline. We're going to dwell on that quite a bit over the next hour or so. Just 1 second, we're being interrupted.
Trying to figure out a way to paint this room. We're going to start a bucket around, and if you would, we have a lot of projects we would like to accomplish. We would love to get a copy of this tape to every legislator and every sheriff. So if you can put in a little donation when the bucket comes back, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Okay, let's go back to, I can't take questions, I'm sorry, maybe later in the evening. Let's go back to our triangle. The spiritual decline is, in my opinion, one of the major reasons why we're having the problems we've got in this country today. We've forgotten God. We've gotten fat, dumb, lazy, complacent, apathetic, and I include most of my Christian friends, not just my non-Christian friends, when I say that. As a result of the spiritual decline in this country over the last few decades, we've also seen an incredible moral decline. What used to be the symbol of America's greatness? Well, I think it was the American eagle. What is the symbol of America today? Well, we should all be very proud. It's the condom, okay? Now, this particular condom, it happens to be over in France. It's a big one. It was on top of a giant statue over in France, and they were celebrating something like World AIDS Day or something. Great thing to celebrate. But do you realize how far we've come? If you don't realize how far we've come, realize this. This young lady, about a year ago, made $60 million in 1 year. Best paid woman in America. Does that say something about our culture? Does that mean she's the most popular woman in America? I don't know, but she's the best paid woman in America. Somebody is helping to keep her in high clover. Best paid man in America. Aren't you proud of this guy? I don't know if you caught him when he sang at the Super Bowl. It was a disgrace which was seen all over the world. I think he's a buddy of, among other people, Bill Clinton. And I guess he's had some legal problems lately. But, I mean, do you remember who our heroes were when we grew up? Who were some of our role models when we grew up? Golly, I worshipped practically Douglas MacArthur. Patton was my hero. Joe DiMaggio was my hero. Babe Ruth was gone, but I still thought he was a great guy. Well, let me tell you who our role models are for our kids now. It's folks like this, okay? You wonder why our kids are going ballistic all over the country. Here's their role models. Let me tell you something, folks. These folks make more money than most of us in this room will ever dream of making. They make in the tens of millions of dollars a year because our kids literally worship at their shrines, and they pay to keep them in high clover. What in the world has happened to our culture? Are these the people we want our kids to be role modeled after? How far have we fallen in this country? Here's a kid giving, and by the way, that's a satanic symbol that he's giving right there. Okay, the gay movement. How far has the gay movement gone? Gay rights on Sunday, gay men, lesbians, their families take to the streets of Washington, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, the homosexual movement is officially sanctioned from the White House down. There are 25 homosexuals in the upper echelons of the Clinton administration, including some very obvious ones in the cabinet. If you look close, I think you can spot them. And so, what in the world's going on? Where have we been while all this has been happening? Where has Middle America been? How much have we protested? What have we done to stop this stuff? And here's some upstanding young men back at one of the marches back there. Gays seek a place at the table. You can't ignore us, say the marchers. Well, maybe so. So our culture is in a free fall. If that's not obvious, and I think to this group it would be, our culture is in an incredible free fall. I think it's traced back to the spiritual decline that we find our nation in. Okay, speaking of our culture in the free fall, let's talk about your worst nightmare, the reality of the Clinton co-presidency. Now, in case you've been asleep for the last 3 or 4 years, like Rip Van Winkle, that's who we're talking about, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Okay? Bill and Hillary are actually low-ranking employees of the liberal Eastern establishment, and they are as expendable as Jimmy Carter or George Bush. The establishment raises people up and it puts them down. They created Jimmy Carter out of the dust of South Georgia, and then they pulled the plug on him when he had done enough for them. They put George Bush in, and they pulled the plug on him in 1992. In August of 1992, you remember when David Rockefeller came out in the New York Times and said the only man we can trust in the election is Bill Clinton. Well, guess what? They're in the process of pulling this plug on Bill Clinton right now. Watch the Washington Post. There's a book that deals with a lot of Clinton's sex life and a lot of other seedy things about Clinton that the Washington Post is now serializing. They are the epitome of the establishment. The establishment's gotten as much mileage out of Bill and Hillary as they're going to get. They're going to pull the plug on them, whether they leave them in for 2 years or in fact take them out of office and let Gore finish out the term. We'll just have to wait and see. And I will tell you, they have selected their next leader. They know who they want to be the next president of the United States, and his name is spelled N-E-W-T. Okay? By the way, when we talk about the establishment, we're talking about, it's epitomized by the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderbergers, the Club of Rome. Both Clinton and Bush came from those organizations. You need to understand, Newt Gingrich is also CFR. He's also a Rockefeller man. Basically, the establishment dominates both of our major political parties, the Republican and the Democratic parties, at least the hierarchies. And that's why you see the Republicans pushing through legislation like this H.R. 666, which passed the House just 2 or 3 days ago. You were familiar with that? That's the one that basically says the government can now go in and do warrantless searches of your homes. Total violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. But you need to understand, it was passed by 220 Republicans and 69 Democrats. The liberal Democrats protested against the bill and said, but it's against the Constitution, and the Republicans pushed it through. You know, George Bush or George Wallace said 25 years ago, there's not a dime's worth of difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. There are some conservative Republicans, and there are some conservative Democrats. But my problem and my beef is with the hierarchy of the Republican Party, and it's just not really any different than the hierarchy of the Democratic Party. Anyway, the establishment had an agenda for Bill, Hillary, and Al, and they carried it out fairly well. First is the homosexualization of America, and we saw them pushing that with what they did in the military and other things very quickly. 25 homosexuals in the upper echelons of the government right now, 3 or 4 in the cabinet. Vastly expanded abortion rights domestically and internationally. You've seen that happen over the last 2 years. Vastly expanded government regulations and controls over every aspect of our lives. That started under Bush, has accelerated under Clinton. We're going to talk about that some in a few minutes. Expansion of environmental controls as a vehicle for the socialization of America. If you haven't read this nasty little book, don't. But you at least need to know that it's around Earth in the Balance, Ecology and the Human Spirit by our Vice President, Al Gore. Al Gore is an interesting man. This is not just a book about environmentalism. This is a book about the New Age. It's a book about the occult by your Vice President. Our Vice President wrote in this book, I quote, "Our religious heritage is based on a single earth goddess who is assumed to be the fountain of all life." That's your Vice President. By the way, here's what she looks like. Her name is Mother Gaia, and if you were into deep, hardcore ecology, then you may worship Mother Gaia, as your Vice President obviously does. I repeat, our religious heritage, he says in this book, our religious heritage is based on a single earth goddess who is assumed to be the fountain of all life, end quote. This concept comes out of the ancient religions of Babylon. Earth was their mother goddess, and her satanic number was, guess what, 666, which is, by the way, the name, I think the number of this new bill that just passed on the warrantless searches was H.R. 666. They call it the Beast Bill, I think. The Vice President says that we should all embrace the Eastern religions. All men have a God within. Each man has a God within because creation is God. Nature is the fullness of God, he says. So if you really want to get sick, then get his book and read it. It's all about the New Age. It's all about what these guys are up to. But he's simply he may be president. He could be president in a month or 6 months if they decide to remove Mr. Clinton. So expansion of environmental control is the vehicle for the socialization of America, part of the agenda. Expansion, by the way, if Newt Gingrich becomes president, the agenda won't change. The agenda won't change. The language and the rhetoric will change, and it'll put lots of people to sleep, but the agenda will not change, okay? Expansion of size, power, and influence of the United Nations and its UN New World Army. The disarming of the American people via gun control, and I'll come back and touch on gun control in a few minutes. A sharp increase in taxes for upper and middle income Americans and businesses, and they gave us the biggest tax increase in history, but by the way, it was voted through with the help of the Republicans. They couldn't have got it through without the Republicans. Okay, establishment of a socialized medicine program. You say, well, boy, we dodged that bullet, didn't we? Don't be so sure. Because I think the Republicans are going to bring it back up. And I think the Republicans are going to push through something that's about 75% as bad as what Bill Clinton pushed and then said, gosh, what a wonderful victory we have. So watch it. I don't think socialized medicine is necessarily dead. The revitalization of the Soviet and Red Chinese economies, part of their agenda. The sodomization, disarmament, and dismantling of the U.S. military, which is going on very rapidly. By the way, you want to read a good book of essays, Gays in the Military, The Moral and Strategic Crisis, D. James Kennedy, Howard Phillips, Cal Thomas, a number of different people, some fairly good insights on that particular issue. The delivery of South Africa to the ANC and Nicaragua back to the Sandinistas. They accomplished that. South Africa is now in the hands of the communists. Our government worked on that one for 15 years and finally pulled it off. And the Sandinistas are still running the show behind the scenes in Nicaragua. Rapprochement with communist Cuba, we're moving in that direction, and that could be a fait accompli before Bill Clinton leaves office. The leftist lineup of the Clinton administration, most of the top echelon of the Clinton administration are members of the Council on Foreign Relations of the Trilateral Commission. The top 35 members of the administration, including the entire cabinet, belong either to the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Leftist Institute for International Economics, Leftist Institute for Policy Studies, the Leftist Legal Services Corp, or a part of the Harvard, Yale, Princeton elite, or some combination of these. The administration has been staffed with Carter-era foreign policy leftists, socialists, disarmament freaks, women's livers, homosexuals, radical abortionists, and environmentalists. Okay? And by the way, this is not all a secret now, and this is one of the reasons why the American people so overwhelmingly voted on November 8th against the Clintonistas. It was a resounding rejection of everything those people stood for. Unfortunately, their only choice was the Republican Party, and within 10 days after the election, the Republicans helped deliver to Clinton the GATT Treaty, and you just watch and see the things, even while they're talking Contract for America, you watch and see the things the Republicans helped deliver. Okay, the new Clinton administration is far and away the most left-wing administration in U.S. history. Now, what about Comrade Hillary? Well, she is a handful, as we all know. Here she is on Time magazine, a son of a woman. Hillary Rodham Clinton is the most powerful first lady in history. Does anyone have a problem with that? Probably a few of us. Hillary is a radical leftist, a radical feminist lawyer, and the most powerful and most dangerous woman in the history of the United States. Hillary is the major mover, shaker behind Bill's radical pro-abortion, pro-homosexual initiative and the appointment of now 25 homosexuals, well, 15 homosexuals, the transition team, 3 or 4 to the cabinet, 25 in the upper echelon of the government. I don't know why she grooves so much on homosexuals, but she really does. Many of the key appointments in the administration have been made by Hillary and her radical leftist and lesbian friends of the First Lady. I will say her power in the administration probably has diminished some. Hillary knows all about Bill's numerous extramarital affairs, and so does everybody in the world now. So has been in a position of blackmailing, and I think that's why he gave her so much power in the first half of the administration. For the most part, she's hiding in the basement of the White House now, or maybe locked in a closet. But she came out of her closet today long enough to make an announcement that she is going to work like a fiend in order to get the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child passed soon. We'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. It is the most horrific thing the left has come up with yet. And if you're a parent and it doesn't just absolutely freeze you, you don't understand it. Hillary and Bill hate one another and curse at each other constantly, using the worst of the 4-letter words, and the things the Secret Service people say they hear are not printable, but they would make a great soap opera, I suppose. Hillary's payoff for her support for Bill was to be made czar over installation of socialized medicine. Unfortunately, she didn't quite push it through, but I think it'll still come back. Her power and influence may grow beyond bills over the next year or so. I think maybe not at this particular point. Here's Hillary being blessed by an Indian witch doctor. I think they're called shamanists. So you can't say she's not a very spiritual person. She talks a lot about religion. They've been talking a lot about religion lately, and Bill's been trying to convince us all that homosexuality and killing babies is really defendable in the Bible. I can't find it, but he keeps saying it's there. Hard times for Hillary. Whitewater is clouding her image. How much is she to blame? Well, I don't know. You tell me. It would be nice to ask this man, Vince Foster. Unfortunately, he was murdered and can't speak, but it might be interesting to see what comes out of these Whitewater investigations that the special prosecutor comes up with. If they can ever pin the murder on her or Bill, it will rock Americans' political system like you have never seen. Okay, now before we totally get away from some of the players and get into some of the things that they're doing, I think we just ought to have a little word on Newt. Beware of Newt. Who is he? Now, Alex Haley said in a book a few years ago, always mistrust the obvious. Benjamin Disraeli said the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. Machiavelli said for the great majority of mankind are satisfied with appearances as though they were realities and are often more influenced by things that seem than by things that are. I don't know if you have noticed the feeding frenzy that the media has gone on since November 8th for Newt Gingrich, but I will tell you in over 30 years of being an observer and maybe a combatant in the political scene, I have never seen any politician, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, get as much publicity in the media, get as much attention in the media as has been given to this man. 3 or 4 or 5 times since November 8th, he has been on the front page of Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report. I'm talking about each. I mean, the King of the Hill, exclusive how Newt Gingrich, to pull off his revolution. Wait a minute. You mean the massive rejection of everything the Clintonists stood for on November 8th was his revolution, or was it ours? Okay? They call him, in Newsweek, they call him the warrior. And they equate him, I guess that's with George Washington. And here he is again, mad as hell. The GOP, Newt Gingrich, has perfected the politics of anger. There's just no politician. You can take the next 10 up and down the line and put them together and multiply it by 10, and they haven't come close to getting the kind of publicity. Now, the establishment owns these news publications. It owns the media, and consequently, what is it doing? I can see only one thing. They're setting him up. They're grooming him to make him president of the United States in 1996. They've already cleared the decks. They've gotten rid of Cheney. They've gotten rid of Dan Quayle. They've gotten rid of Jack Kemp. They've gotten rid of Bill Bennett. And I don't know what they'll do with Graham, except Graham's not going to win anyway. They're clearing the decks for this man, bringing down the House. They have made a national hero out of him overnight, and that is just kind of a very strange thing. I've never seen anything like it since I have been watching the political scene. Now, here's a little thing, Gingrich reverses on welfare. I will tell you that every piece of socialist New World Order legislation that has passed in the last few years has been passed with the help of Newt Gingrich, okay? Beware of superstars who emerge from nowhere overnight. When somebody, whether it's a Boris Yeltsin, whether it's maybe a Rush Limbaugh, whether it's a Newt Gingrich, when they suddenly rocket into stardom overnight, there's a hand pushing them. It's not happening by accident, okay? In theater, you must insert the right actor into the right drama at the right time. Newt's rhetoric versus his reality. His 3 heroes are FDR, General George Marshall, who gave Red China to the Chi-Coms, and Dwight Eisenhower, who was not exactly a conservative. Newt Gingrich says every conservative should try to model themselves after Franklin Delano Roosevelt. What can I say, okay? Newt Gingrich is a Rockefeller Republican, actually worked in Rockefeller campaign organizations in the past. Newt's establishment credentials: member of the CFR, World Futurist Society. In spite of his rhetoric, he's supported almost all the welfare programs that have come along in the last 10 years. He's an avid supporter of foreign aid, especially to Russia. He is an avid supporter of environmentalism. Newt strongly supports enlarged federal education, nationalized law enforcement, that's called the National Police Force. His roots are liberal. He ran a very interesting background. If you study his background's almost identical to Bill Clinton's. Both of them were born without legal fathers. Both of them grew up in very, very legal, very difficult family situations. Both of them did drugs in college. Both of them were liberal political activists in college. He ran as a liberal congressman, as a liberal candidate twice, and lost down in Georgia, and then turned around and became a quote-unquote conservative. He has very strong New Age connections. And his efforts, basically NAFTA and GATT, were passed largely because of the efforts of Newt Gingrich. Also, you got to give a little credit to Bob Dole. And so in order to express their appreciation, the establishment tried to give him $4.5 million with a book deal. Nobody, not even Tom Clancy, gets those kinds of advances on a book, and this guy can't write worth a darn. But they tried to give him $4.5 million, and there was so much cane raised, especially by the Democrats. Thank goodness for the Democrats. Now they're the opposition to try to stop the liberal Republicans. I mean, it was just really crazy. We really do need a third party. We desperately need a really conservative third party. Okay, let's look at some of the present parallels between the U.S. and Nazi Germany. Okay, there's a political spectrum, and we've let the left completely distort all of the debate in the arguments. On the far political left is total dictatorship, and on the far political right is anarchy. Okay, that's pretty basic, and everybody's understood that for a long time. In the middle of the political spectrum is a constitutional republic, such as our founding fathers gave us. And Franklin told the woman, "Here's a republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. We're about to lose it." Okay, but we had a constitutional republic in the middle with a limited form of representative government. And everybody understood this, and everybody understood that up until World War II, that communism, National Socialism, which is Nazism, fascism, socialism, liberalism, were all over here on the left. Now on the right would be the anarchists, somewhere over here on the right are the libertarians who believe the government should be out of almost everything. But our founding fathers founded us right in the middle. Okay? World War II came, and all of a sudden the political left decided they would re-scramble all these definitions. And so what they said after the war, they said, well, okay, we'll admit that the communists are over here on the left. But now the Nazis and the fascists were against the communists, so we'll take them and we'll put them over on the right, on the far right. And since you guys are all anti-communist, and they're over here on the left, then we'll put you over on the far right. Whoops, they just moved us from the center to the far right. Okay, and then they took the socialists and they moved them to the middle. And so today, if you were sitting in a political science class or history or government class in most major universities, they would tell you that Bill and Hillary Clinton and Janet Reno of Waco fame and these folks, they would tell you that they're moderates. They're right in the middle. And by their new definition, George Washington and Franklin and Adams and Jefferson would be right-wing fanatics way over here on the right. So they had totally distorted and garbled the political spectrum, and we let them get away with it. Okay? So today, if you're for the Constitution, you're considered to be a right-wing fanatic. If you're for traditional values, if you're for going back to our government as it was originally constituted by our founding fathers, you're considered to be a right-wing fanatic. But don't you see what we have let the left redefine all of these terms? And we were so stupid, we just let them do it without even thinking about it. Okay, now, there's some interesting common denominators between Nazism, fascism, and communism, and it's worth looking at because you see many of these things now emerging in the United States. First of all three of these isms were all-powerful totalitarian dictatorial governments which control all aspects of their subjects' lives. Massive numbers of rules are part of these isms. All-powerful bureaucracy, and all three, Nazism, fascism, and communism, had a massive preoccupation with death. Okay? All three are based on man's reason and rejection of God, His authority, and His law. Now, socialism, which America is pleasantly plunging into, is simply communism or Nazism minus the dictatorship, or the Gulag, as maybe in Sweden, or as is emerging in Canada today. Socialism is simply a small step away from communism, or Nazism. As the head of the Labour Socialist Party in England, John Strachey said in the middle 1930s, he was also a communist, he said, we can't go directly from communism to capitalism, we'll use socialism kind of as a stepping stone, so we should all work for socialism. Lenin, Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini, Gorbachev, Castro, Daniel Ortega, all were or are, if they're still alive, first and foremost socialists, and so are Bill and Hillary Clinton, and so are some of your leading Republicans as well. Okay? So most people condemn Nazism because of their manifestations, their extreme manifestations, the Holocaust, the extermination of millions of Jews, the death of millions of people during World War II, instead of because of the essence. Nazism was more than killing Jews and starting wars. It was a rejection of God and His authority and His law. And the leaders of the United States of America today, in our media, in our entertainment industry, in our educational system, in our government, and in our courts, exactly like the Nazis, also reject God, His authority, and His law. Now let's look at some of the present parallels between the United States and the Third Reich. They had a tremendous preoccupation with death. They started out killing babies, and before it was all over, 40% of all the babies that were conceived in Germany were killed by abortion. And then they went on to, they decided they had the super race concept, so they decided that they would start cleaning up the old folks' homes and the crippled children's homes, and they would kill the palsied, etc. And they emptied out a bunch of institutions over a couple of years in the mid-1930s and killed around 265,000 of those folks. Then they went on to euthanasia, and with a little stroke of a pen on a memo, not unlike our executive orders, Hitler, with some of his top doctors, said, let's start killing off the old folks that are in the way and they're not doing us much good. So euthanasia came in. How does that differ from America? In America, we've killed about 38 million babies. And most America, it's just a fetus, it doesn't count. Well, I don't think God will ever look at it that way. I think it's called the blood of the innocent, and I believe if God ever judges America, it will be because we've spilled the blood of 38 million babies, and now the people who are trying to defend the lives of the babies are being called by our government criminals and are being arrested and jailed. My good friend Randall Terry, who's head of Operation Rescue, sits in prison right now because he's tried to defend the rights of the unborn. Okay? And now we're moving towards euthanasia very rapidly, as I think many of you know. And you understand the average American didn't even blink when the government murdered close to 100 people. Murdered them, gassed them, shot them, gassed them, burned them down in Waco, and the average American didn't even blink. I mean, after all, if you watch television from the time you're a kid till you're grown, you've seen probably 15 to 20,000 violent murders. It was just another one. I contend that we have a preoccupation with death in this country, and certainly if you study the homosexual culture, I think you'll find it has a preoccupation with death. If all homosexuals ruled and had their way, we would stop procreating, but in the meantime, they're killing themselves off with AIDS and other diseases. Thousands of laws, rules, and regulations were passed in Nazi Germany that basically made every single citizen a criminal. And the government could finger anybody they wanted, anytime they wanted, and precisely the same thing's happening in America. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. There was an occultic dimension to the Third Reich. The leading members of the Third Reich, Hitler, the SS, and so forth, were up to their eyeballs in the occult and Satanism. It came out of Indian religions, and it's the same kind of religious philosophy that makes up part of our New Age movement, and that is part of what we see behind the New World Order. I want to read an interesting book on that, The Twisted Cross by Joseph Carr, The Occultic Religion of Hitler and the New Age Nazism of the Third Reich. It'll kind of curl your hair, but the thing that's scary is how similar it is to some of the things that are emerging in America today. They had a preoccupation with animal rights. The same people who could kill millions of people would weep over the death of a small animal or a barnyard animal. They passed laws against the killing of animals, against hunting and so forth. And they began to actually worship wolves and tigers and things like this. I mean, it was really a big deal. And you say, well, that's really weird. No, it's not weird. It's exactly what we see going on in the United States today with our animal rights movement. The same people in this country who are for euthanasia and abortion will weep at the death of a snail darter or a whale or a wolf or what have you. Okay? We have a very similar animal rights movement, love Mother Earth movement, environmental movement. They had all this going in Nazi Germany at the same time. okay, as they were coming to power. They ignored their Constitution. Obviously, we are ignoring our Constitution. You talk to a lot of government bureaucrats, and you use the Constitution as an argument for something, and they will laugh at you with total disdain. With total disdain. They don't understand it, or they hate it, or both, okay? The Nazis rejected their heritage. We, of course, are rejecting our heritage. They've come out with new curriculum, which leaves all of our American leaders out of the history books and so forth. The liberals are causing us to reject our heritage. Hitler used homosexuals, drug addicts, and criminals to destabilize the country and advance the Nazi political machine. The Nazis set up something called the Nazi SA, or brown shirts, in the 1920s, before they came to power, and they used the brown shirts to help destabilize the country, okay, and create a situation that would help them to come to power. And they used a lot of homosexuals as they did so, and they would come in and they would break up town meetings, and they would kill police, and they would kill mayors and things like this, and they were pretty nasty people. Hitler came to power on January 30th of 1933. Okay, he consolidated his power, and the Nazis had a total dictatorship in less than a year. So you see, the stage was set throughout the 20s and the early 30s. But when they finally came to power, boom, they moved really fast. And that's my concern, as that when you see things like this negation of the Fourth Amendment that took place 3 days ago in the House of Representatives in Washington, when you see things like that, when you see the things that they can slip through quickly and people don't even notice, I believe that it can happen real fast at a given point in time. And that is one of my concerns. In any case, on I believe it was June 30th of 1934, the head of the Nazi SS and the military, they came in to see Hitler, and they said, you get rid of the brown shirts, and in particular the homosexuals, because they're a tremendous embarrassment to our country, or we're going to get rid of you. And that was known as the Night of the Brown Shirts, the Night of the Long Knives, and they killed over 1,000 homosexuals that night, and they began to track down the homosexuals and systematically annihilate them from that point forward. And the brown shirts pretty much began to cease to exist. Okay, now why do I mention that? Because of the way that the Clintonistas are using homosexuals and are pushing the homosexuals and their agenda into every single nook and cranny in the country, in spite of the fact that they know that the vast majority of the American people hate what those people do and stand for, and yet they're pushing it, and it's just kind of an interesting parallel. You know, they had big newspaper ads and campaigns to say that Hitler was really a Christian, and Hitler really read his Bible every day, and Hitler really prayed all the time. And I was really fascinated to see some of the things that started coming out about Bill Clinton just in the last couple of months, about how Bill Clinton is soothed by prayer, and Bill Clinton turns to the Bible and so forth. And Bill Clinton can prove to you from the Bible that killing babies and having sodomy is there. It's right there in the Bible. He says so, and if he says it must be true. And, you know, again, that's a kind of a parallel, because they tried to sell the German people that Hitler was a great Christian, and there was a lot of the stupid German Christians that didn't understand until about 1942 that Hitler was a monster, that he was a monster, okay? Now, another parallel with Nazi Germany was the gun control that they had. They had to disarm the people, and so in 1928 and 38 they passed draconian gun control measures. And the Nazis never could have succeeded and established a dictatorship and done what they had done if they hadn't first disarmed the people, much as the Cubans and Mao Zedong and Stalin did, etc., etc. Okay, try this one. 1935 will go down in history. For the first time, a civilized nation has full gun registration. Our streets will be safer, our police more efficient, and the world will follow our lead into the future. So said Adolf Hitler. Okay? Thomas Jefferson said, laws that forbid ownership of arms disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. Such laws make things worse for the assaulted and better for the assailants. They serve rather to encourage than to prevent homicides, for an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man. That's just kind of common sense, isn't it? Now, disarming the American people via Nazi-style gun control laws is an essential part of moving America toward a socialist police state and into the New World Order. 75 million Americans, about half of the American electorate, owning up to 200 million firearms, the armed resistance to the occupation of America by the New World Order, UN, Russian, and other foreign troops would be too great. The American people must be disarmed via the present Gun Control Express. The anti-gun propaganda is running high in the United States media with a barrage of articles describing the danger of firearms and the need for stringent gun controls. USA Today, the Wall Street Journal, and other establishment publications keep up pretty much a more or less steady drumbeat. Here was after the massacre of those folks on the train, a long article talking about how terrible it was. You know, if just one of those people who got shot had a gun and had simply pulled it out and shot that guy dead, you know, probably most of them would have survived. Here's USA Today with an article. They say 1 million years of lives lost to guns. Okay? Here's what they say. By the way, USA Today is the establishment's publication to program the masses. When they want to program the masses, I read it because I want to know what they're programming the masses with on a day-to-day basis. But you understand, it is an establishment propaganda rag. It's a terrible newspaper. It's written like for a third grader could read it and understand it. And maybe that says something about our mentality in this country, but they use this to brainwash and program the people. So it's useful to read to kind of see the direction they're going. And so they talk about here, gun-related fatalities robbed Americans of more than 1 million years of life in 1991, making them the second fastest growing cause of premature death, a new report says. And it goes on to say how terrible it is. Now what they don't say is that murdering babies took about 50 million years of lives that they wanted to in the same year, but of course that's not their agenda to get you to worry about such things. Okay? Handgun Control, Inc. Is one of the major organizations, seeks to ban all private ownership of guns in America. By the way, in our newest newsletter, I just wrote a newsletter which is at the printing press right now, which is dealing with the coming financial collapse in Canada and Mexico, and it's something that I think we need to understand, especially since you live close to Mexico. Canada is heading for full gun registration. There is legislation there now to register every single firearm in the country, and of course confiscation will follow shortly thereafter. Okay, Handgun Control, Inc. seeks to ban all private ownership of guns in America. An HCI internal memo that outlined a step-by-step U.S. gun ban has been leaked and is being widely circulated by gun magazines and pro-gun organizations. Senate Bill 1882 and House Bill 3932, they were in the last House and they'll come up with new numbers, were described as Brady number 2 and are a giant step towards confiscation of most Americans' firearms from law-abiding Americans. I think they'll have trouble getting that kind of legislation through in this present session of Congress, and that's what Larry Pratt tells me. Larry's head of Gun Owners of America. If you want to be involved in a hardcore pro-gun group out of Washington that makes the NRA look like total wimps by comparison, get involved and join Gun Owners of America. They came close to stopping the crime bill when the NRA wouldn't even do grassroots lobbying last August when we were all trying to stop that thing from going through. Anyway, they seem to think that major legislation won't go through. What you'll see is more the government using bureaucratic regulations to do their thing the next year or so. Sponsored by retiring Ohio Senator Howard Metzenbaum, SB 1882 called for state-issued licenses for all handgun owners and required license holders to pass a state handgun safety course. The House version was sponsored by the anti-gun socialist Charles Schumer of Brooklyn. H.R. 3932 included the arsenal provision that would have required anyone who owned 20 or more guns or 1,000 or more rounds of ammo to acquire a 3-year, $300 federal arsenal license. By the way, that's 2 little bricks of .22 ammunition. Arsenal licenses would be subject to unannounced warrantless BATF inspections or searches of their homes up to 3 times a year, and now the Republicans have just given you a bill. It hadn't passed the Senate yet. You need to put pressure on your senators to vote against it, which will allow the BATF to come into your house, kick down the door with no warrant, and search for your guns. 220 Republicans and 69 Democrats voted it through on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. You see, the more it changes, the more it stays the same, as the old French proverb says. Okay? Why are even more gun control measures being proposed? Congress and the media claim that America is engulfed in a violent crime crisis caused by easy access to guns. The May 24, 94 issue of the Washington Times stated, the Clinton administration has agreed to participate in a discussion of ways for the United Nations to control the manufacture of guns and their sales to citizens. This represents the first UN effort to foster regulation of the multi-billion-dollar trade in small arms. A UN working paper on global gun control declares the arms permitted for civilian use should be subject to control at all points in the chain, from production and/or acquisition up to the time they are sold to an individual. From then on, they should remain subject to monitoring and control, end quote. The UN also called for harmonization of national gun control laws, which means the total gun bans found in England, Japan, Mexico would become U.S. law. They're about to have a total gun ban in Canada, okay? By the way, my associates are going to pass out a tablet. My newest newsletter, which deals with Mexico and Canada, and it's got some vital information. It's at the printing press. I'll send it to you if you want to sign this tablet, if you want to get a copy of it. We'll mail it to you when we get back. It'll be out the middle to the latter part of this coming week. So either sign it, send it on, whatever, but we'll send you a copy of that newsletter. Some pretty heavy stuff going on down in Mexico. Canada it could even end up being worse. So basically, they're going to harmonize all these international gun control things. We're going to start seeing a lot of pressure from the United Nations and from other international organizations for gun control in America. Okay, another parallel with Nazi Germany. Okay, America at the crossroads, freedom or slavery. Sir John Harrington said, treason doth never prosper. What's the reason? For if it prosper, none dare call it treason. Well, there's a lot of treason in Washington these days, and it comes from both sides of the aisle. Okay, Thomas Jefferson said in Questions of Power, let us hear no more of trust in men, but rather bind them down from mischief with the chains of the Constitution. We must defend our Constitution. If we lose our Constitution, we will lose our freedom. George Washington said, government is not reason, it is not eloquence, it is force. Like a fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Teddy Roosevelt said, patriotism means to stand by the country. It does not mean to stand by the president or any public official. Gosh, I wonder if he even meant Janet Reno. Okay? Save exactly to the degree that he himself stands by the country. Alexis de Tocqueville said, America is great because America is good. If America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. I think we've ceased to be good. And I think we are ceasing to be great, unfortunately. And Justice William O. Douglas, a liberal who I would seldom quote, but he has this quote, and I think it's a very excellent quote. As nightfall does not come at once, neither does oppression. In both instances there is twilight where everything remains seemingly unchanged. It is in such twilight that we all must be aware of change in the air, however slight, lest we become unwitting victims of the darkness. Is there change in the air in America today? I would say so. Okay, let's look at the Fourth Reich toward an American police state. America is beginning to look more and more like Nazi Germany in the early 1930s or the Soviet Union from the 20s through the 80s. Criminals, which are murderers, rapists, burglars, robbers, are given light or negligible jail sentences, while the government is now reclassifying honest, law-abiding Americans as criminals and giving them severe jail sentences or confiscating their assets or property via draconian Nazi Marxist-Leninist-style seizure laws. For what it's worth, there's now about 250,000 Americans a year, that's about 5,000 a week, that are having assets seized by various agencies of the federal government because these people have violated some law, rule, or regulation for which, for the most part, they've never even heard of. These are honest, law-abiding citizens. These are not drug dealers. Most of us would agree, slam dunk them, shoot them, seize their assets, whatever. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about honest, law-abiding citizens are now having their assets seized more and more and more, and now the House votes to allow them to come in without even a warrant to do so. Okay? The legal system in government now allows the have-nots to plunder the assets of the haves, and a gargantuan U.S. government passes tens of thousands of new regulations each year. I think there were 67,000 pages of fine print in '92, and I think last year was probably closer to 85,000 to control every aspect of the American people's lives. They publish those in the Federal Register, these new regulations. As the U.S. has moved toward a socialist America and the New World Order, the strategy of Antonio Gramsci, founder of the Italian Communist Party, is being utilized. Gramsci believed that communists could not seize political power until they first seized cultural power. He went to Russia in the 1920s and he looked around and he said, these guys are Lenin and Stalin, they're doing it all wrong. They don't know what they're doing. He said, first you got to come in, you've got to undermine the culture of a country, and then you can push them right on into communism. Okay? Gramsci said the social revolution would be brought about by the transformation of society's culture and values, not through political or military power. The establishment of radical socialism would come via the undermining and transformation of traditional Western values. The strategy of the socialists then is to change the way society thinks about problems to gain control over the minds of the population. And of course they do that through television. How many hours a day do you sit around watching television? Let me give you a recommendation. Make it 0. Get rid of your television. I had some friends that took their television in the backyard. They dug a big hole. They had a ceremony. They pumped the screen full of bullets and they buried it. And you say, how do they survive? How could they possibly live? They read books. They play games. They talk to one another. They exercise. They do all kinds of marvelous things. I think television has been one of the #1 things to bring down America. And if you sit and watch television at all, you don't understand the problem. And if you want to get a good book on this subject, there's a book called Amusing Ourselves to Death. Amusing Ourselves to Death, and it's by a man named Neil Postman. And in it he describes how we have destroyed our ability to think by watching so much television. And you watch this. You watch people you know, and I'm assuming that most of you don't sit around watching 3, 4, 5, 6 hours of television a day. But the more you watch television, the less your ability to think. Your mind becomes like mashed potatoes. You know, we became great thinkers in this country because we were great readers. If you went to the Lincoln-Douglas debates back in the 1850s or 60s, whenever they were, you would sit for 6 or 7 hours. That's going to be longer than this talk. Maybe not. We'll see. And you would hear this really deep stuff. I mean, and it was incredible. Today they say the average American can't sit still for more than 30 minutes. That's because that's the average, I guess, length of a sitcom on television. Keep in mind that one of the ways they've gained control over the minds of the population is through television. I noticed an interesting phenomenon. I have an investment company in Denver, and we talk to people all over the country. Or in Durango, and right after during Operation Desert Storm, and for a couple months thereafter, it was like somebody had done a frontal lobotomy collectively on the American people. I've never seen, and you can talk to business people all over the country, and they said nobody can make a decision, nobody can think. You know, think about it. Nobody ever watched more television than during Operation Desert Storm. Everybody wanted to watch the Scuds get blown up by our missiles and so forth. And something went on. I don't know if the people were programmed. I'm not sure what happened, but I noticed people lost their ability to think. It was the craziest thing, and it lasted for about 3 or 4 months, and then we came out of it. Gramsci strategized a convergence of religion and socialism, with religion stripped of all spiritual content, to take over the entire field where culture is manifest. The schools, universities, the media, Hollywood, and of course that's happened. Following Gramsci's strategy, the socialists of our day in America, Europe, South Africa, and throughout the West have developed a superstructure reflecting a socialist culture, replete with socialist literature, films, plays, poetry, and various forms of art and music. Okay, and it should be remembered that Bill Clinton studied under socialists in Europe, and especially under communists as recently as 1987 in Italy, and that's kind of another story. Okay, now 4 little words describe the establishment's plans for every one of us, okay? They are to control the people. They simply want to control every aspect of our lives. People control is essential to any totalitarian state, whether in Nazi Germany, the former Soviet Union, Cuba, in the socialist America of the 1990s, or in the emerging New World Order. Let's look first of all at the explosion of government regulations. Government passes each year, plus minus, about 2,500 new regulations, or new laws. Most of these new laws carry both criminal as well as civil penalties. To implement these new laws, tens of thousands of new regulations are written by hundreds of thousands, probably close to 200,000 government bureaucrats who are part of dozens of large alphabet agencies like the IRS, SEC, ATF, FDA, EPA, OSHA, HUD, etc., etc. And by the way, most of those folks don't like most of us folks. I don't know if you know that or not, but it is true. There's probably some exceptions. These new regulations, many of which carry criminal penalties, I would say they now are filling close to about 85,000 pages per year. I think it was 87,000 last year of the Federal Register. Okay, I'm sure you sat out and read those, but if you did, you wouldn't have understood them because they're in fine print, and it would take a battery of Philadelphia lawyers to read and understand them. But you're responsible for following every single one of those regulations, and as someone said earlier, many of them are in conflict with one another, so how do you obey one? You disobey the other one. And ignorance of the law is no excuse. And you can be imprisoned or have your fined or have your assets seized for violation of these various regulations. I'm sure you all sit around and read the Federal Register and stay on top of all these things. Okay? Incredibly, the government has created a situation, just as in Nazi Germany, where you're almost certain to be a criminal. You're breaking one or more of these regulations right now, and you don't even know it. And you didn't intend it, but that's the way it is. Okay? Now, let's look at the environmental regulations. The Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and a host of other environmental laws and regulations passed in recent years give the government draconian dictatorial controls over virtually every business and person, over every piece of private property, every car, and every action of every American in the U.S. Environmental laws and regulations, both domestic and international, will be the primary vehicle for moving us into socialism and the New World Order. And by the way, the greatest number of new environmental laws was not passed under Bill Clinton. It was passed under that great patriot and Republican, George New World Order Bush. Okay? 70% of private property in America is already considered by the government to be wetlands. You would think a wetland would have water on it, wouldn't you? No, it could be out in the middle of the desert. They can call anything they want a wetland, okay? They've already defined 70% of land in America to be wetlands, private property, whether it has water on it or not, and therefore under their control, the environmentalists say it ought to be 100%. Thousands of U.S. citizens or businesses each year are being fined, having their property seized, or jailed for wetlands violations. There was a Hungarian refugee that came to America about 15 years ago, went to Pennsylvania, set up an auto repair business, did well, bought some land next door to expand his auto repair business in, hauled out some old tires, hauled in some fill dirt, was halfway through the project, and agents from the EPA came in and said that he was in criminal violation of the Clean Water Act. He had not gotten permission to haul in the fill dirt from the government, and he thought they were pulling his chain. I mean, hadn't he gotten away from these kinds of regulations in communist Hungary? The answer was no. He said, I'll pay the fine, I'll do the forms, I'll get the permit. They said, you don't understand, we're going to indict you. And they indicted this Hungarian refugee, and they found him guilty, and they seized his business, and they fined him $200,000 and sentenced him to 3 years in the federal penitentiary. Pasguy would have been better off if he had stayed in communist Hungary, where they don't do those things quite as much as they do in America today. I could go on and on if I had more time. I could give you dozens, I could give you hundreds, I could give you thousands of examples. But talk about what they're doing in the insanity. This was in the Wall Street Journal last September, and it was dealing with the endangered property rights of Americans. And here's what the Wall Street Journal said. They said, last month, coordinated rallies were held in 3 states to protest overzealous enforcement of the Endangered Species Act. In California, a Taiwanese immigrant farmer faces a year in prison and $300,000 in fines for killing 5 kangaroo rats while tilling his land. That's a crime, folks. Let's face it. That's pretty serious. He deserved to go to jail, didn't he? Residents of Idaho's Brunei Valley are fighting the listing of a pinhead-sized snail that differs from other snails only in that it has a larger than normal sexual organ. This is the Wall Street Journal, not me. The most vociferous demonstration was in Austin, the Texas state capital. More than 3,000 marchers protested plans by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to declare 800,000 acres in a 33-county area as a critical habitat for a migratory songbird called the golden-cheeked warbler. Okay? Many farmers whose roots in the area go back 120 years say they will be prevented from doing anything that could be viewed as harassment of the warbler, including building new fences. Dorothy Dees of the Fish and Wildlife Service says that the agency's enforcement is reasonable and prudent. I'll bet. Here's what she says. However, she acknowledges that harassment would include chasing away a warbler that took up residence on the front porch of a farmhouse, etc., etc., etc. These folks are crazy. Do you understand why millions of Americans are becoming furious? But you see, they're not just regulating for the sake of regulating. They are regulating because they have a mentality that wants to move us into a socialist police state where they can control every aspect of our lives. Okay? And of course, we're all familiar with the spotted owl, and I guess now you have the Mexican spotted owl that you have to deal with in this part of the country. Okay, we're moving toward a national and an international police force. The socialists believe in crisis management to solve crises, real or manufactured, in order to greatly expand their power and control over the people. So if you don't have a crisis, make one, so you can pass regulations to control the folks, okay? The war on drugs, the environmental crisis, the war on crime, discrimination against minorities, hate crimes, firearms violations, etc., are all crises which supposedly justify the passage and enforcement of new laws and regulations, expansion of bureaucratic agencies, and the installation of police state power over the people. Bill Clinton and Al Gore, in their book, Putting People First, I'm sure you all read that. It was an excellent book. Not really. But in their little book, Putting People First, page 72, they talked about a national police force of up to 100,000 police. Okay, and they would make it up of retired military personnel, and they would go out and recruit people. They were even trying to recruit, as part of the crime bill, people from the Royal Hong Kong Police Force. My. You know, we're going to bring in Chi-Coms along with them to be part of the National Police Force. They are serious about the National Police Force. It will be part of what comes out of the crime bill, which was passed last spring with the help of the Republicans, and that's not going to be repealed. I'll bet you $100 that the really nasty parts of the crime bill are not going to be repealed. So a national police force is part of the program. Outgoing CIA Director Robert Gates has called for the CIA to be given the power to spy on the American businesses and individuals and to help support the Justice Department and other federal agencies in enforcing the myriad of new government laws, rules, and regulations. If the criminal enforcement agents, the DEA, FBI, CIA, BATF, EPA, FDA, IRS, and various other government agencies and departments are included, the U.S. could soon have a national police force of 200,000 to 300,000 people spying on the public and enforcing the regulations, shades of the Gestapo in Nazi Germany or the KGB in Russia. The New World Order crowd are also talking about an international police force made up of UN troops from member countries to control internal crises, environmental abuses, and eventually opponents of the New World Order. And you will see the FEMA police wearing this. It simply says this little insignia on their shoulders, United States Police. We're moving that direction very rapidly, and you need to understand that the government is quietly moving in and trying to bring aid into local law enforcement agencies. They're sending them to all kinds of programs where they'll get training, and basically, slowly but surely, just remember how, I can remember when I was at the University of Texas back in eternity past, and there was a big argument back then was the federal aid to education. I mean, believe it or not, there was a day when the federal money didn't go to education, and the government didn't run our schools. And there were a few of us said if you let them in the door, they'll take over the whole educational system. Did they do it? I guess they did. Okay, same thing is happening now to local law enforcement. They're quietly coming in and taking over local law enforcement. Now let me tell you what is one of the most important political positions in the United States. It is your county sheriff. You want to find, select, elect, and support conservative, constitutionalist, traditionalist sheriffs in your various counties, because this county sheriff has a tremendous amount of power in most states, and in fact can block the federal government from unconstitutional, illegal activities in his own county. So understand that you need to get, inform, educate your county sheriffs, because I think they could be one of the last lines of defense against a government that's kind of beginning to go berserk. Okay, so the idea of a national police force growing very rapidly, moving in to try to take over our local police organizations. The New World Army, our UN police force, will soon reach 100,000 and could grow to 250,000 up to 500,000 over the next 5 years. An undisclosed number of UN troops are now training on U.S. soil and could be used in America in some future state of national emergency, civil unrest, such as Los Angeles riots or other upheaval. Russian troops are also training at U.S. military bases now, thanks to Bill Clinton. Doesn't that excite you? Okay? Some of the police state tactics that are being used. U.S. military and National Guard personnel have been undergoing training and exercises for several years for house-to-house searches, presumably for drugs or for guns or for crowd control and for domestic counterterrorism measures. Roadblocks are being randomly set up on highways around America by local, state, federal officials to conduct driver's license checks or warrantless spot checks of cars, their occupants, for drugs, liquor, or firearms. And I understand that that is done in some places in the state of New Mexico. I'm not aware of it being done up in Colorado, In any case, local, state, or military helicopters are with greatly increased frequency overflying cities and towns, neighborhoods, and individual houses at low levels looking for drugs, for surveillance, or for intimidation purposes. As I think some of you know, and some of you have probably seen, many of these are black and unmarked. I've actually had them fly over my house almost at tree level in Colorado, over our little town. They're all over the country, okay? These black helicopters. The general tactic, whether used by local or federal police officials, is to overwhelm and intimidate the suspected money launderer, environmental or financial criminal, gun law violator, etc. by invading his home or business. The SWAT team and or federal marshals or other government agents, numbering 10 to 20 to 30, 100 in Operation Waco. Guns are often drawn, and if the victim of the attack makes any move, he is often shot. A friend of mine suggested something today. A friend of mine down in Arizona, and I was talking to him. He said, "You know what we ought to do? Is everybody ought to have a cellular phone in their home, and they ought to have a network of people in their area. And if the government ever attacks a home, they call about 2 or 3 people, and before you know it, because they would cut the telephone lines, you know that, before you know it, you've got 300 or 400 people out there, and all of a sudden the confrontation or massacre or whatever takes on a bit of a different complexion." Interesting thought. Okay, we could be moving toward a state of national emergency over the next couple of years. Martial law, by definition, is a system of government under the direction of military authority, an arbitrary kind of law proceeding directly from military power, having no constitutional or legislative sanction. It supersedes all civil government. Martial law was imposed in Los Angeles and was begged for by the public to quell the massive riots in the spring of '92, and could have been declared nationally had the riots continued to spread during that spring or summer. You may remember the riots. They did get pretty nasty. There were many hundreds of people that were killed. There were thousands of businesses that were burned. The people begged for the government to come in and stop the pain. It was pathetic how ill-prepared most of the people were. A lot of them sat behind doors, crouched with baseball bats. That's all they had to protect their families. And so they begged for the government to come in and stop the pain, and the government did. Part of the whole thing was the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. The right to trial by jury and protection from illegal imprisonment is a major element of martial law. Potential for a state of national emergency or martial law in America in coming months or years is very high, perhaps to deal with riots, the war on drugs or crimes, dangerous gun control violations. I think most likely is a financial banking crisis, and I am going to talk about the financial crisis and hope to change directions in 30 minutes or so and talk about that, or some other manufactured crisis. A state of national emergency would be a quantum jump toward a socialist America and the New World Order. Hundreds of executive orders have been passed by Congress over the past few decades, giving the president total dictatorial control over every aspect of American life when the president or his establishment bosses decide to trigger and implement a state of emergency. You know that when the president knew that he couldn't get enough votes for the bailouts of the wealthy, corrupt politicians down in Mexico, ultimately about 40 billion of your money will go for that, 20 billion for starters, he simply used an executive order to do so, and did that a couple of weeks ago, but Congress had given him that power. Now, the Clintons are using a lot of executive orders, and I think they could use them to take us into the New World Order and just simply forget the Congress if they want to. Many of the people control elements of the New World Order will not, due to public pressure, be enacted by the U.S. Congress, but this isn't slowing down the Clintonistas. Whether moving U.S. troops under UN command, PDD 25, signed by Clinton in May, foreign troops, including Russians and UN, on the U.S. soil, whether implementing a national ID card, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, or a host of other measures, if the Clinton socialists can't get the measure through Congress, they simply write an executive order and use the unconstitutional dictatorial powers to accomplish their ends. Executive orders dating back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt give the president the ability to declare a state of emergency, martial law, suspension of all constitutional rights, and establish a total dictatorship with the stroke of a pen. Would Bill Clinton do it? You tell me. Would Newt Gingrich do it? You tell me. I will tell you that I believe that Newt Gingrich is more dangerous to the United States of America than Bill Clinton. And I believe that Newt Gingrich is the man the establishment has chosen to try to take us into the New World Order between 1996 and the year 2000. That's my opinion only, but let's just kind of wait and watch, okay? A few of the executive orders now recorded in the Federal Register and therefore accepted by the Congress as the law of the land, which can be implemented at the whim of Bill Clinton and his socialist comrades, whether they declare an emergency and which give them complete dictatorial control over America, include 10995, all communications media can be seized by the federal government. 10997, seizure of all electrical power, fuels, including gasoline and minerals. 10998, seizure of all food resources, farms, and farm equipment. 10999, seizure of all kinds of your transportation, including your personal car, and control of all highways and seaports. 11,000, seizure of all civilians for work under the federal supervision. Your Congress gave the president these powers. It's incredible. 100% unconstitutional. 11001, federal takeover of all health, education, and welfare. 11002, Postmaster General empowered to register every man, woman, and child in America. 11003, seizure of all aircraft and airports by the federal government. 11004, Housing and Finance Authority may shift population from one locality to another. Kind of sounds like Cambodia, maybe. 11005, seizure of railroads, inland waterways, water facilities, etc., etc. 11051, the Director of the Office of Emergency Planning authorized to put executive orders into effect in times of increased international tension or financial crisis. In short, if there should be a nationwide riot a la Los Angeles in 1992, for any reason, a national financial crisis, massive social upheaval, huge quantum jump in crime, major resistance to national gun confiscation or to the installation of the New World Order, or other socialist police state measures, Bill Clinton, Newt Gingrich, whoever, and their comrades have the power and machinery to instantly suspend the Constitution and declare a total dictatorship. And our Congress gave them the right to do it, and we didn't say a word as it happened, okay? Under a full state of emergency, tens or hundreds of thousands of Americans suspected of hate crimes, environmental or financial or gun control crimes, or criminal violation of any of tens of thousands of new government regulations, or resistance to the New World Order or a socialist America, are likely to be imprisoned. Perhaps this is why Bush more than doubled U.S. prison capacity in a dozen or more large federal detention centers, and there may be a lot more, still largely unoccupied, have been built since 1984. As part of this whole trend, draconian gun control laws will be passed in 93, 94, and beyond to try to make instant criminals out of us if we don't register our guns, okay? Let's talk about electronic surveillance and computerization of the public. Big Brother in 1984, George Orwell's 1984, knew that to control the people he had to watch them, he had to monitor them, he had to see what they were doing all the time. And that's why we've had all these cash reporting laws and why a lot of the electronic surveillance things are now coming into being. Computers and other high-tech breakthroughs over the past few years have given the U.S. and other governments the ability to listen to, monitor, track, and keep citizens under surveillance from the cradle to the grave that was not available to Hitler and Nazi Germany or to the communists in Russia, China, or the East Bloc until very recently. Each adult American now has several dozen or more files in the government computerized databases, all tied together and keyed to your Social Security number. They said they'd never use it for anything else, right? Dozens of different government agencies maintain billions of records on the American public. Computerized profiles on each adult American were assembled by the IRS between 1985 and 1990 using tax, credit card, bank, medical, employment, police, passport, and other records drawn from various government databases, private credit bureaus, etc., etc. When the incident at Ruby Creek broke out, they did a computerized profile on Randy Weaver and his wife, and they decided that she was the strong one in the family, and based on the computer profile, they sent in the FBI assassin to assassinate her, and of course he put a 308 through her head. But it was because they had all this information from her computerized profile. So much for Vicki Weaver, okay? Most phone calls, telexes, faxes, and certain U.S. mail are now regularly monitored by federal agencies. The U.S. government is presently purchasing hundreds of fax tapping machines at $30,000 per copy. Phones can now be made hot on the hook, that is, turned into microphones even when hung up and not in use. According to a 1992 report by the General Accounting Office entitled FBI Advanced Communications Technologies Pose Wiretapping Challenges, it's the intention of the FBI to tap every phone in America. I wouldn't think you'd want to have real private conversations on phones these days. The National Security Agency, or the NSA, has monitored international phone calls to or from the U.S. for years. Computerized voice recognition on phones pick up keywords from phone conversations which could trigger the NSA tape recorders. Several years ago, U.S. passports were made computer readable. Now, U.S., Canadian, Australian, German, and other European authorities are installing computers on airports, which will not only read passports, but also handprints via infrared security readers. Data banks of computerized handprints will be developed over the next few years and linked to other government databases so that an instant computer record for an individual will be flashed on a screen by simply waving a person's hand over a grocery store type infrared scanner. The system is presently being set up in the U.S. at the Kennedy and the Newark airports. A national ID card is coming, replete with biometric identification systems using fingerprints and tied to government databases. Bill Clinton has been real big on pushing this national ID card, and we'll talk more about it later. It could be a health card. It could take a number of forms. Cars can now be tracked via small implanted computerized receiving devices linked with government satellites. The experiments on this technology were done in Singapore, which is kind of like a laboratory for the New World Order. I don't know if you've ever been to Singapore. It's a really scary place. Clean, so clean you can't spit on the sidewalk. If you do, you'll go to jail. You can't eat an ice cream cone in public. You can't chew gum in public. And they got monitors and they watch you constantly, and they experiment for the New World Order there because it's kind of a small closed area. And so they did some of this experimentation with automobiles in Singapore. The U.S. government has now spent $3 billion 15 years to develop a people vehicle tracking system. They're putting it into effect right now from Vancouver, British Columbia, all the way down the west coast to Arizona on 18-wheeler trucks. And they'll eventually start installing this system for cars all over the country so they can track your car. Every square inch of the Earth's surface can now be monitored by satellites so that all persons and activities can now be watched. Lasers can be directed at a building. You don't need to bug a building anymore. They can be directed from over a mile away, and all conversations in that building listened to. High technology in the hands of despots who wish to push us into a socialist American New World Order will simply help them to lock on the chains that much more quickly and efficiently. Let's look a little bit more on the American people under surveillance. Gary Marks, speaking at a privacy conference at the University of Colorado, said, "We're under constant observation. Everything goes on a permanent record. Much of what we say, do, and feel may be recorded by others we don't know." The most significant aspect of Big Brother in George Orwell's 1984 was in order to control every aspect of the American people, or of the people, he had to watch them and keep them under total surveillance. All privacy was abolished as the people were stripped of all freedom, worth, dignity, and privacy. How many of you have ever read Orwell's 1984? Okay, I would suggest the rest of you get it and read it and you reread it, because it is very, very much like America as it is becoming today. Okay, America today is rapidly becoming a total surveillance society, and privacy as we have known it since the founding of our country is now being abolished. Over the past year, Clinistas have been pushing hard for a number of people controlling, people monitoring high-tech systems, including the National ID card, National Information Superhighway, and installation of a federal clipper chip in our telephones, computers, fax machines, and other electronic devices to allow government tapping and monitoring of all communications through those devices. Bill Clinton, Janet Reno, and the FBI Director Louis Freeh are presently pushing Congress to enact requirements that telecommunications providers, that is local telephone services, cellular phone companies, wireless services, long-distance networks, be mandated to develop and install software and equipment that allows the government to intercept and monitor all telecommunications in America. Freeh and Reno argue that to stop terrorism and organized crime, the American people must give up some of their personal freedom and privacy. Well, that may be Freeh and Reno, but I don't think most of us would probably agree with that. Phones, cables, and commuter network companies will have to modify their switches and computers to ensure that surveillance can be conducted concurrently from a remote government facility. All transactions and phone calls in and out will be monitored and recorded. The Electronic Frontier Foundation has warned that, quote, the FBI scheme would turn the data superhighway into a national surveillance network of staggering proportions, end quote. The clipper chip surveillance will enable Big Brother bureaucracy to monitor every phone call, every credit card purchase, every bank transaction, and every telecommunication of every private citizen in America. Wall Street Journal said last July, they said the potential for government manipulation and intimidation of the citizenry is enormous, end quote. One of the essential elements of the New World Order is a cashless society where all transactions are forced through the computerized banking and credit card system, eventually via the all-purpose national ID or smart card. 100% monitoring and control of all personal activity is the goal, and it could become a fait accompli in America over the next 5 to 10 years. And if you're politically incorrect, as at least a few of you in this room are, Big Brother can pull your plug and you will starve or be frozen out of the system. Next 5 to 10 years, and if you're politically incorrect, as at least a few of you in this room are, Big Brother can pull your plug and you will starve or be frozen out of the system. Now, let's talk about the emerging national ID card. It says in Revelation 13, he also forced everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on his right hand or on his forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of his name. This calls for wisdom. If anyone has insight, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is man's number. His name is 666. It's also the number of the new bill that the House just passed, taking away our rights to privacy. Okay? In all communist countries, the citizens or slaves must carry identification papers on their person at all times and must be ready to present their papers to communist authorities at all times, at border checkpoints, at trains or bus stations, airports, roadblocks, etc. Every such citizen fears the ominous words, "Show me your papers." But those papers were not computerized. The new national identification card being pushed by the Clintonistas will ultimately be a computerized smart card that can carry hundreds of pages of data, up to 2,000 pages on each American citizen. So let's look at this smart card. The national government, or our government, has proposed 3 separate ID cards, but all are likely to ultimately be merged into one all-purpose card. The INS, or Immigration and Naturalization Service card, is a single tamper-resistant INS card for all Americans, including your Social Security number, photo fingerprints, and barcode to verify employment eligibility. This card would be linked to a nationwide government database that would allegedly solve the problem of illegal aliens getting jobs. But there's one problem. They want to monitor 260 million or 265 million of us in order to supposedly catch the illegal aliens. I don't know if anything sounds wrong about that, but it does to me. Mark Rodenberg, director of the Electronic Privacy Information Center, said in USA Today last July, he said, it will become a way to monitor people like an internal passport. Okay? This Orwellian nightmare will, like the government's privacy bank cash reporting laws, allow the government to monitor 260 million Americans who are not illegal aliens, just as they monitor the cash transactions of 260 million Americans who are not drug dealers. Okay, the second potential national ID card is the health card, where the major side benefits for the Clintonistas of their national socialized medicine program, in addition to giving the socialists control over 18 to 19% of the entire U.S. economy, and over the health of every American, is forcing a national ID card down the throats of every American. This high-tech ID card is designed to keep permanent accessible records of all aspects of your health care, including the details of every doctor's visit, every drugstore prescription, and every hospital treatment. To make this tracking system work, every one of us must have a number that can be fed into a national computer data bank. That's why the National Health Board, which would be set up by Mrs. Clinton's program, would enforce unique identification numbers for each American. It will probably be an 18-digit number. The first 9 digits will be your Social Security number. I travel around a lot. Recently, I've encountered a number of hotels and car rental companies that will not allow you to register or rent a car without a national credit card. In other words, they won't take cash. Under the new Clintonista healthcare program, it's likely that if you don't use the card by law, you will not be allowed to receive medical care in America. As they say, no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark. Postal Service also has a card, an all-purpose U.S. card. This general-purpose smart card is most likely to emerge as America's new national ID card, incorporating all the functions of the INS and the medical cards and much more. The Postal Service, which was directed by the Department of Defense a couple of years ago to develop a people-monitoring electronic card system, has unveiled a general-purpose U.S. Services smart card. An individual U.S. card could be automatically connected with the Department of Health and Human Services, the U.S. Treasury, the IRS, the Veterans Administration, and all our government agencies, ATF, FBI, CIA, OSHA, EPA, FDA, et cetera, the banking system, and a central database of digital signatures. The Postal Service has acknowledged that it is prepared to put more than 100 million of the cards in citizens' pockets within months of the administration's approval. In other words, they can knock those cards out in a matter of months. This means this project for the computerized control of all America is not only on the fast track, but is much further advanced than most people would suppose, and is not being done with congressional approval, but rather through a series of presidential executive orders. President Clinton is close to signing 2 executive orders that would greatly expand the government's access to personal records, including an order that would allow the IRS to monitor individual bank accounts and automatically collect taxes on the results. The IRS is aggressively pursuing a plan for an identity card for taxpayers. There would be 1 U.S. card for every member of your family. In the not-too-distant future, you're likely to find a harmless-looking smart card in the mail in an official envelope. Without the U.S. card, or whatever the smart card is ultimately called, you won't be able to own property, receive government benefits, get medical attention, conduct bank or credit card transactions, etc. Executive orders have already been drafted to adopt the cards and force them on the American people without congressional approval. The U.S. card is a super smart card, a Tesserae card prototyped by the Defense Department and perfected by experts in the Postal Service, the Treasury Department, the IRS, and the National Security Agency. This whole people control smart card project was birthed by the U.S. security agencies who are simply using the Postal Service INS health care program as a cover. The Defense Department is already deploying the system at this time among its personnel via its so-called MARC card. Okay, the word Tesserae, as in the Tesserae smart card, has an interesting Latin origin. It means a piece of mosaic. It is the name given by ancient Roman conquerors to identify chits they issued to conquered peoples and slaves. It was adopted as the code name of the smart card development project, apparently by the Defense Messaging Agency. The U.S. smart card is designed to mediate information about you like a magic key in every government database that contains information about you. William Murray, an information systems security consultant to Deloitte & Touche, said recently in a digital media article entitled, "Ever Feel You're Being Watched? You Will." There won't be anything that you do in business that won't be collected and analyzed by the government. This national information infrastructure is a better surveillance mechanism than Orwell or the government could have imagined. This blank thing is so pervasive and the propensity to connect it is so great that it is unstoppable. Murray continued, most of this shift in privacy policy is apparently being done by executive order at the initiative of the bureaucracy and without any congressional oversight or occurrence. They are not likely to fail. You know, Orwell said that bureaucrats, simply doing what bureaucrats do without motive or intent, will use technology to enslave people, end quote. But there is a motivation and intent. It's called people control, it's called a socialist police state, and it's called the New World Order. Now, the MARC card is already in use by the military. I usually have one with me at the meeting, and I forgot to bring it with me. Okay, you can bring it up and show it to us after the meeting. I've got a slide here that shows one as well. Thank you. The prototype for the national ID card is already being used by the U.S. military. The MARC card, which is multi-technology automated reader card, is a smart card now being used by the Department of Defense to U.S. military personnel. The smart card uses several media, a standard 3 of 9 barcode, magnetic stripe, embossed data, printed information, including a digital photograph, an integrated circuit computer chip. And this indeed is what it looks like, and these are being issued to our military personnel around the world right now. Okay? There's the little barcode down at the bottom. The Department of Defense Information Technology Board initiated the MARC project several years ago to have the ability to instantly track and control all U.S. military personnel worldwide. Think about that, to instantly track and control. It is a prototype for the national ID card to be issued to every member of the U.S. civilian population. The MARC card will store all medical information on each card carrier and its IC chip. It will store all personal information on each carrier, all legal information, all family information, and all personal data, educational background, police record, religious background, etc. The DoD considers one of the most important aspects of the MARC system to be its ability to continually track the location of each cardholder worldwide. The carrier cannot get his or her meals at military bases or installations, or buy food or other goods at base exchanges without the card, which also carries all the medical data on the carrier. The person cannot get access to military treatment facilities without the card. Now, there's another card they're working on, the laser card. The laser card optical memory card is produced by Drexler Technology Corporation, Laser Card Systems Corp., which is an updatable credit card size, multi-megabyte data storage card for storing and carrying up to 1,600 pages of information. That's 4.11 megabytes of information on the carrier. It's based on optical recording technology, the process of writing and reading with light. And I have another one of these at home, and it looks something like this. And You probably can't see it very well, but they got it. The technology is already in place for it. The card has ample memory to store personal identification numbers, digital photos, signatures, voice prints, fingerprints, hand geometry, and virtually all personal biographic data on the card holder. It can store text, graphics, voice pictures, software, virtually any form of information that can be digitized. So it's really a computer. Okay? Drexler, AT&T, and a host of other high-tech research, development, and production companies are working closely with the DoD and other departments of the U.S. government to develop cards like the Mark card and the emerging new National ID Smart Card. Drexler says in its literature that it can produce up to 40 million laser cards per year, and the Postal Service says that it can distribute up to 100 million of such cards in a matter of a few months. And the AT&T card looks something like this. So the technology is moving along. The government seems to be in a real big hurry to be in the position to deploy this. Is the National ID Smart Card the first step to an implanted biochip? The new government ID cards are a devious new means of further consolidating and computerizing all available information on each of us into a new electronically digitized centralized government database that will ultimately lead to complete loss of privacy, enslavement, or control. To make this enslaving technique work, each of us must have a unique ID number that can be fed into various local, national, and international computer data banks. That is why the National Health Board, which would be set up under Hillary's, or maybe it'll be Newt's, who knows, Dole's socialist healthcare program, would enforce unique identification numbers for all consumers. This is already being done in Canada and other countries. The Clinton Easton National Identity Card, whether it takes form as a health card, electronic benefits card, or whatever card, will become so necessary in order to comply with various government regulations that we will be forced to carry it with us at all times. As I am learning as I travel around the country, you can't travel around the country anymore if you do much business travel without having credit cards. You simply can't. You can't rent cars. You can't go into a hotel or anything without it. Well, this will be the same thing. You'll have to have it with you. But that leads to a very serious problem. What if we lose it? What if someone steals it? Will we be able to function without it? Probably not. The New World Order government has a solution. You see, there is a more advanced and sophisticated system of identification that cannot be lost or stolen. It will make the ID card eventually obsolete. It's a syringe implantable ID transponder biochip that goes into your body. A tiny microchip the size of a grain of rice is simply injected under the skin of your right hand. Now, I know a lot of this sounds a little far-fetched right now, but ask yourself, would a government that would intentionally experiment with things on our troops in Operation Desert Storm, where there are already 100,000 of them sick, some are now having deformed babies, they're talking about class action suits, et cetera, et cetera. Would a government who would do that, would they consider working on something like this? I don't know. What do you think? Tiny transponders the size of a grain of rice are presently being injected into pets, cattle, sheep, goats, and other livestock by veterinarians and ranchers all across America as a means of computerized identification and location of lost or stolen animals. Originally introduced by InfoPet, the tiny transponders are now being reduced to about 1/6 the size of a grain of rice, or more the size of a splinter. Several years ago, the DoD began to experiment with tiny microchip implants in GI's fillings in lieu of dog tags. And here's about the size of the InfoPet. I've got one of these, and I also didn't bring it. But basically, this is the size of the little one, but now they have 1/6 the size, and these would go into larger animals. These are being done. In fact, by law, if you adopt an animal out in California, you have to have one of these placed in the animal. Okay? These relatively simple biochip radio transceiver implants are battery-free, passive devices that will have everyone's unalterable international 18-digit ID number electronically encoded into them. Once they've been injected under our skin, we will have been electronically branded for life. Liken it to a modern electronic technological tattoo, if you will. Without accepting it, no one will be permitted to buy or sell anything anywhere in the coming cashless global economy. The coming New World Order system of socialist control, there will be no jobs, no food, no homes, no cars, no health care, no welfare or food stamps, no retirement benefits, no bank accounts or money without this high-tech electronic mark in your body. You'll not be able to function in any respect whatsoever without the world government ID chip in your right hand or wherever. Nor will you have any privacy. Individual privacy will have been eliminated by that time. Transponder ID chips Debit chips will not only replace cash, checks, and credit cards, they will supplant all existing forms of identification. The implants will become our passports, driver's licenses, credit cards, ATM cards, healthcare cards, Social Security cards, etc. In other words, they will become our universal ID and ATM debit chips all in one. One world, one biochip. AT&T presently advertises its new contactless electronic smart card as one world, one card. Simply pass your right hand over a radio frequency scanner and you will be identified instantly and processed automatically wherever you are. A radio wave will pass through the skin of your hand, activate your ID transponder, and transmit your unique identification number back outside the skin to the scanner. This entire process will take less than 2 seconds. Computers in the new digitized fiber optical information superhighway infrastructure will do the rest. Tim Willard, Executive Officer of the World Future Society. By the way, Newt Gingrich belongs to that. It's quite an organization. A Washington, D.C. based New Age organization that claims 27,000 members, including Future Shock author Alvin Toffler and Newt Gingrich, was quoted in 1989 as saying the technology behind such a biochip implant is fairly simple, uncomplicated, and with a little refinement could be used in a variety of applications. Conceivably, Willard said, a number could be assigned at birth and follow that person throughout life. Most likely it would be implanted on the back of the right hand, right or left hand, so that it would be easy to scan at stores. Then you would simply scan your hand to automatically debit your bank account. Willard added, the biochip implant could also be used as a universal type of identification card that could replace all credit cards, passports, and that sort of thing. It could also become our medical ID card. It could even replace house and car keys someday. Martin Anderson, who I know and is a good guy, used to be in the Reagan administration. He's a fellow at the Hoover Institute out in Palo Alto. He wrote back in '93, San Jose Mercury, he said, unless this move to force a national identity card on Americans is stopped quickly, we may live to see the end of privacy in the United States. All of us will be tagged like so many fish. Another article by Anderson on October 4, 1993 in the Washington Times, he said this about an ID biochip implant in our bodies. Quote, there's an identification system made by the Hughes Aircraft Company that unlike your national identity card, you cannot lose. It's the syringe implantable transponder. According to promotional literature, it's an ingenious, safe, inexpensive, foolproof, and permanent method of identification using radio waves. A tiny microchip the size of a grain of rice is simply placed under the skin. It's so designed as to be injected simultaneously with a vaccination or a loan. This tiny microchip transponder is a sort of like a technological tattoo and far more effective, Anderson says, than the numbers the Nazis marked indelibly on the arms of concentration camp victims. There's no difference in principle between being forced to carry a microchip in a plastic ID card in your wallet or a little transponder pellet injected in your arm. The principle that Big Brother has the right to track you is inherent in both. The only thing that differentiates the two techniques is a layer of your skin, end quote, Martin Anderson. Currently, farmers, pet owners, and manufacturers are using radio frequency biochips or transponders to track and control their animals and equipment. But one day soon, every human being on Earth may also be tracked and controlled in like manner using this technology. In the coming New World Order, global government, we will all have become chattel assets of the establishment or perhaps even of the Antichrist. Conclusion, the national ID card is almost a reality and can be implemented within 6 to 12 months by the Clintonistas via executive order. From the time they decide to do it, and maybe it won't be until the next administration, maybe never, we'll see, they can do it in 6 to 12 months, making a total end run around the U.S. Congress. The technology has now perfected the physical capacity to produce hundreds of millions of these cards and link them to presently existing government databases now exists. Socialists in the New World Order types are now in almost complete power in America and many, if not most, other governments around the globe. And with very significant year 2000 only about 5 years away, the establishment is moving toward the national ID card people control system at Mach 10 speed. Could the national ID card be a stepping stone to a computerized biochip and transponder? The technology for same now exists and the people control motives of our leaders seem clear. I know this seems a little wild. The whole concept of the smart card and the implantable biochip seem far out, bizarre, implausible, and like something out of science fiction, except for one thing. Our government is working feverishly to develop such people control systems right now. Why? I don't know. You tell me, what do you think? Now, I was on the radio today and I heard about Hillary. I thought Hillary was hiding in the closet in the basement, but not entirely. She came out of the closet to announce that she is going to put a major push on, her and all of her comrades, for the passage of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Now, if nothing I have said so far has gotten your attention, if you feel like going to sleep, not quite yet. Listen to this. This dangerous United Nations treaty, already ratified and therefore the law of the land in now 176, not 150 countries, will allow the government or the world government under the United Nations New World Order to dictate to you how you can raise your children, what you can and cannot do, and the role that the state will have in raising your children. If ratified, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child will be implemented in the United States and virtually destroy parental rights we now presently enjoy. This treaty will give all children the right to freedom of association, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, the right to privacy, which includes the right to abortion, the right to choose public schools themselves, the right of access to media material, including TV. Any parent who infringes on his or her children's rights in these areas can be prosecuted with penalties of jail or having their children removed from the home. This treaty virtually prohibits corporal punishment, that means spanking of your children. Okay? Spanking of children will be a criminal child abuse, and such child abusers may be jailed and have their children taken away from them. In France, in the first few days following the ratification of the treaty, 7 families had their children taken from them and the parents were jailed for the new international crime of child abuse, which is spanking their children. Many millions of Christians and Jews worldwide follow the biblical teachings on child discipline and are now, with the ratification of the UN Convention, to be branded instant criminals. So, just like they brand you an instant criminal with their gun control laws and other regulations, subject to losing their children and going to jail. Socialists in the New World Order have set the greatest trap of all with this treaty. Clintonistas know that millions of Christians, Jews, and traditionalists will disobey this treaty, and many will become instant targets of the government child grabbers. Let me give you a little background on the convention. If ratified, this treaty could undermine the family by granting to children a list of radical rights which could be primarily enforced against the parents. These new fundamental rights could include the right to privacy, the right to freedom of thought and association, the right to freedom of expression. A fundamental presumption of the treaty is that parental responsibility exists only insofar as parents are willing to further the independent choices of their children. Okay? The impact of the convention is particularly ominous in light of the fact that the United States Constitution declares treaties to be the law of the land. Thus, the UN Convention would constitute legally binding law in all 50 states. Otherwise, valid state laws pertaining to education, the family, etc., which conflict with the provision of the treaty will be subject to invalidation, very much as GATT and NAFTA can overrule your local or state laws. Okay? Senate Resolution 70 has been circulated since mid-93. 50 senators were on record as co-sponsors calling for President Clinton to send the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child to the Senate. I think maybe a couple pulled out, but the big push is on now in any case. This thing, I mean, we're talking about something that could come up within the next 30 days. And if they slip this one through like they just did this search warrant thing with nobody knowing what's going on, it could pass. Over 150 groups have indicated their support for the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, including the National Education Association, National Council for Social Services, National Committee for the Rights of the Child, Planned Parenthood of New York, International School Boards Association, American Bar Association, International Council on Social Welfare, and the Girl Scouts of America. So much for the Girl Scouts of America. They got to them somewhere along the line, I suppose. Now, summary of the articles. Tell me if you would be opposed to any of these things as a parent. Maybe this thing is not so bad after all. Maybe we're overstating the case, and in fact, this is just an innocuous thing that's not going to hurt as bad as we think. Okay, let's see. Article 3. In all actions concerning children, the courts, social service workers, and bureaucrats are empowered to regulate families based on their subjective determination of the best interest of the child. This shifts the responsibility of parental judgment and decision-making from the family to the state and ultimately to the United Nations.
Okay, Article 4. Signatory nations are required to undertake all appropriate legislative, administrative, and other measures for the implementation of the rights of the Convention. In fact, the U.S. would be required to undertake measures to the maximum extent of the available resources within the framework of international cooperation in order to restructure society. Article 7. All children must be immediately registered after birth to ensure state and UN control over their development. You won't mind that now, will you? And they'll register your older children as well. Article 13, parents would be subject to prosecution for any attempt to prevent their children from interaction with pornography, rock music, or television. Little children are vested with the freedom of expression right that is virtually absolute. No allowance is made for parental guidance. You won't mind that, of course, will you? Article 14, children are guaranteed freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. They can object to all religious training. They can assert their right to participate in occult or contrary services. Article 15, the right of the child to freedom of association. If taken seriously, parents can be prevented from forbidding their child from associating with people deemed to be objectionable companions. Children could claim their right in joining gangs, cults, racist organizations associated with drug addicts over parental objections. Parents' rights and responsibilities are not even mentioned. Article 16 mandates the creation of an intensive bureaucracy for the purpose of identification, reporting, referral, investigation, treatment, and follow-up of a parent who, in violation of the child's rights, treat their children negligently. The government can decide if you have violated your child's rights by treating them negligently. Okay, that was a repeat. Article 24. The government of each signatory nation are required to provide the highest standard of health care facilities, including family planning. Ooh, what do they mean by family planning? Let me tell you. That's called abortion and euthanasia and educational services. Article 16. Parties must recognize the right of every child to benefit from Social Security and social insurance, so every child from birth must have a Social Security number and be computerized. Article 27, parents are required to implement conditions of living necessary for the child's development. These conditions of living are derived from state-determined standards for his and her physical, mental, spiritual, moral, and social development. Article 28, compulsory education. All nations are challenged to unite in the creation of an internationalist approach to education. All school-age Americans would be encouraged to be part of the school system. The content of what would be taught to all children is prescribed. These include anti-Americanism, one-worldism, anti-family, and anti-traditional values, multiculturalism, and environmentalism, including earth worship. The homeschool movement would be attacked or very possibly terminated by this article. Article 29. It is the goal of the state to direct the education of the people it governs toward the philosophy of the New World Order as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. This philosophy includes occultic, anti-Judeo-Christian values, authoritarianism, and intolerance. Article 32. The state is responsible for the present to prevent children from providing labor which would interfere with the child's education or be harmful to the child's health or physical, mental, spiritual, moral development. No more household chores, maybe. Okay? Article 37, every child deprived of his or her liberty shall have access to free legal counsel and access to the courts to make such a challenge. Parents will have to pay new taxes to support the legal processes against themselves, so the ACLU will help your children to prosecute you for child abuse, etc., etc. Article 43, an international committee of 10 experts is to be established to oversee the progress and implementation of the treaty. These experts will be chosen by secret ballot by all signatory nations. There is no assurance that any American will even be on the committee, and if Hillary Clinton picked that American, it wouldn't do us much good anyway, would it? So in summary, the convention would give children the right to disregard parental authority. The state will determine the child's best interest. The provisions of the treaty must be enforced. All children must be registered. Severe limitations are placed on the parent's right to direct and train their child. The convention would further entrench the rights of teenagers to abort their babies. Parents who don't comply may be prosecuted, a prohibition of corporal punishment. Our children will be educated for the New World Order, world government, and international experts will parent our children. Folks, they're going to try to slam dunk this one in the next 30 to 60 days. This one is right around the corner, okay? So what we're talking about here is not things that might happen someday. These are things that are happening right now, even as we speak. Okay? I want to shift gears now, and I've gone about 2.5 hours, and I'm going to go a little bit further, but I want to shift gears now and talk to you about the economy and some things we see coming in the whole economic financial system. We've talked about one side of the triangle, primarily the social decline, the political decline, and by the way, I write about these things on a monthly basis in my newsletter. We handed out a newsletter to you as the New World Order rolls on, the plunge toward the black hole. And in this, there's a lot of documentation and background on the next president of the United States, at least according to the establishment, Newt Gingrich. So you might want to read this newsletter in some detail. But also inside was a card. And this will tell you how you can subscribe to our newsletter. If the information I'm giving you tonight is useful to you, and I can assure you that we pack our newsletters as much as I pack my talks. I'm a fanatic on information and getting a lot of information out to folks. If this information would be useful to you, then I would encourage you to subscribe to the newsletter. We have about a 30% discount if you subscribe here. Instead of $115 for 1 year, it's $86. And instead of $185 for 2 years, it's $138. In fact, if you subscribe for 2 years, we'll give you a free copy of my book, Toward the New World Order. I'd encourage you to subscribe to our information. My newsletter is a labor of love. It's an attempt to get a lot of information out to people who can make use of it across the country. A lot of them, I have people at Xerox as many as 1,000 copies of the newsletter a month and mail them to friends. And they do it with my blessing. I want them to do it. So I would encourage you to look at this card, think about it, and to consider subscribing, and we'll give you a discount if you subscribe while you're here tonight. Okay, now, next we're going to talk a little bit about the economy and what we see going on in the economy, because I think we're moving towards a financial crisis of enormous proportions in the United States, and I think a lot of people, a lot of our conservative, patriotic friends are not well prepared for what is coming in the economy. So let's talk about that just a little bit. First of all, America is in a long-term economic decline, and we are moving rapidly towards third world status. And the passage of things like NAFTA and GATT will only accelerate that move. America's headed for third world status over the next 5 to 10 years. Real inflation adjusted wages have dropped for 23 years. Real income has dropped 1% in 93, 7% from 89 to 93, and decreased for 80% of the Americans in the 1980s. Most families' standard of living is falling. About 75% of wives now have to work to bring in total family real wages that are still less than the family lived on in the 1970 period. The Census Bureau estimates that 16.3% of the nation's full-time year-round workers are low earners making less than $13,000 per year. Over the past 2 decades, real average weekly earnings for non-supervisory workers have fallen by 20%. More than 14 million Americans who work full-time, nearly 1/5 of the workforce, earn wages below the poverty level for a family of 4. The U.S. Census Bureau says there are now over 37 million Americans living in poverty, the highest level in U.S. history. That's up 50% since 1979. Liberal economist Lester Thurow recently said, quote, "From 1973 to 1992, average wages for the bottom 60% of male workers fell 20%, and the overall median male wage fell 12%. The younger generation is falling behind their parents and grandparents economically. Large numbers of college graduates cannot find jobs in their fields and are working several jobs, often at minimum wage. Young married couples cannot afford homes. Many singles and married couples now live with their parents." Okay, America is in a long-term economic decline. It's due to a number of things. We've had 3 decades of very, very low savings. We save about 3% a year in this country. The Japanese save about 17%. We have a very high rate of taxes. The average taxpayer who actually pays taxes has a total tax burden, state, local, federal, sales tax, Social Security tax, etc., of about 40%, with top earners paying 50 to 60% in total taxes. In 1950, the average American family paid only 2% of its income in federal taxes. You see how they've boiled us slowly like a frog, okay? High government-induced inflation, which has eaten away 95% of the purchasing power of our dollar since 1940, and over 60% of the purchasing power in the past 2 decades. Another factor in the long-term decline, financial decline of America, unemployment and underemployment are much higher than the government admits, probably 50% higher. Millions of middle management, white-collar and blue-collar workers have lost high-paying jobs in recent years and are now either unemployed or working at one or more very low-paying jobs, often at minimum wage. Okay, another factor in our long-term decline is the complying with hundreds of thousands of socialist bureaucratic regulations on local, state, and especially federal level has been slowly strangling our economy and hence standard of living for decades, especially since about 1980. By the way, the biggest explosion of regulations we ever had in the history of the United States took place during the 12 years that the Republicans were in the White House. Okay? Now, they have accelerated even more, but I mean, we've had more regulations under the Republicans than the Democrats. The elimination of virtually all trade barriers over the past 2 decades, now dramatically accelerated by NAFTA, GATT, and the World Trade Organization, is definitely impacting our country and its economy. It's flooded America with incredibly cheap goods from third world and communist countries produced by child labor, sweatshops, or slave labor at wages of $1 an hour to $1 a day or less. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that when they opened the floodgates to all these foreign goods coming in through GATT, through NAFTA, and other trade agreements, that basically our manufacturers can't compete. How does a manufacturer who has to pay $10 to $15 to $20 to $25 an hour in wages compete with Mexican wages at a couple of dollars an hour, or Chinese slave labor wages, which could be $1 a day, $1 a week? You simply can't do it. So thousands of factories are closing down, whole industries are closing down in the United States, et cetera, et cetera. The New World Order has to weaken the United States before we can be merged into the New World Order. Thousands of American manufacturers are either closing down or going out of business or moving abroad, leaving all of their former employees except for top management out of jobs. Ford and GM are now gearing up to produce autos in Red China. Okay? As Thomas Jefferson once said, merchants have no country. The mere spot on which they stand does not constitute so strong an attachment as that from which they draw their gains. I think Thomas Jefferson didn't have too much appreciation for the merchants. We would now call them the multinationals, etc. Today there are no steel mills in Pittsburgh. We no longer have refining capacity to meet the demands for oil products. And we don't have a single factory building VCRs, color TV sets, or video cameras. In 1960 we had 9 of the world's top 10 banks. Today we have none. Okay? What's the real state of the U.S. economy today? The American economy in the early 1995 is far weaker than Washington or Wall Street will admit. A gigantic debt pyramid, private, corporate, and governmental, coupled with high and rising interest rates, is beginning to crush the U.S. economy. The U.S. Consumer debt has been rising sharply over the past 12 months. Americans' real income and standard of living are dropping precipitously, as is productivity and our competitiveness in the world. Or in the world markets. Bankruptcies, private and corporate, remain near post-depression highs. Over the last 5 years, you've had approximately 100,000 businesses a year going broke. You've had approximately 1 million Americans a year going bankrupt. There's been a mild recovery over the past 2 years, but if real-world economic statistics instead of the government's fudge statistics were used, we have closer to 8 to 9% unemployment. It could be as close as 10, as high as 10, 6 to 8% inflation, a GDP of only 1 to 2%. The economy is far weaker than it appears. Auto companies have sold cars primarily by leasing them. In 1993, 490,000 such leases expired. Over the next 2 to 3 years, leases on 2.7 million cars and light trucks will expire, placing a massive glut of used cars on the market. Retail sales over the past few months, especially at Christmas, have been primarily generated through massive price discounts, which have narrowed prices sharply. Household net worth in the first half of 1994 declined in real terms. The combined value of all homes, stock, and bonds dropped in 1994. California and New York, America's 2 largest population centers, remain in recession or depression. Housing starts and sales have begun to turn down sharply across most of the country, victims of the Fed's high interest rates. The Rockefeller Center, now owned 80% by Mitsubishi of Japan, is rumored to be unable to make its mortgage payments. California, the bellwether state, remains in the economic doldrums. Expensive real estate in Beverly Hills, San Marino, Agora, Brentwood, etc. is down 50%. 50%. Most of the rest is down 20 to 30%. High interest rates could be about to do the same thing to the fragile U.S. economy as they did to the Japanese economy in the late 1980s, precipitating a depression which is still entrenched in the land of the rising sun. That America has an incredibly fragile financial system was recently underscored by the Chapter 9 bankruptcy of Orange County, California, the largest such bankruptcy in U.S. history, with derivatives losses of $2.5 to $3 billion. This unprecedented financial collapse of one of America's largest and most prosperous counties sent shockwaves throughout America's $1.3 million municipal bond market, triggering a run on a large pool, tax pool down in Texas, which was managed by the Treasury Department, or Treasury of State of Texas. They managed money for 1,300 different municipalities. From March of last year till December 6th, they dropped from $10 billion to 3.7, and in the next 2 days after Orange County went down, they went from 3.7 to 1.2 billion. It was an interesting bank run. Okay? Now, one of the reasons America is moving towards the brink is because we have this incredible debt pyramid. The debt pyramid in the United States was $3 trillion in 1980, and by 1995 it stands at about $16 trillion. We're talking corporate, private, and governmental debt. That's a 5.5-fold increase in some 15 years. Euro-dollar debt, if you throw that in, we're closer to around 17.5 trillion. If you look at consumer debt, it's tripled to 3.5 trillion. Credit card debt has gone in the last decade from 50 billion to 185 billion. U.S. real estate mortgage debt, 6.5 to 7 trillion out of total real estate debt of 8.3 trillion. Average U.S. household debt is 84% of annual income, which is a historic high. 1929, debt service was 10% of income. Today it's 25% of income. Corporate debt has tripled in the past decade from 700 billion to 2.5 trillion. There's about 325 billion in junk bonds have been issued through 93. The number would be higher now. 469 billion commercial paper issued over the past 12 months. In 1930, corporations had 70 cents cash for every dollar in short-term debt that was due within 12 months. Today, corporations have only 9 cents cash to cover each dollar in short-term debt. That's an 87% drop in short-term debt coverage since the beginning of the Great Depression. Okay, U.S. government debt now stands at $5.1 trillion. 5.1 trillion. It was $1 trillion when Ronald Reagan came to office. It has quintupled in the last 15 years. Now remember, I talked about the acceleration factor earlier on in some of those principles. We went 206 years from George Washington through Jimmy Carter to go from 0 to $1 trillion in federal debt. 206 years, and in the next 15 years we went from 1 trillion to 5.1. Just think about it. Think about it for a minute. Internal borrowings from pension funds is another 700 billion. I wrote about this in my new newsletter. If you sign that little sheet, you'll get a copy of it. We've got an article in there about the government's raids on the pension funds. Do you understand that the government has been stealing from the Social Security pension fund for the last 10 years? They have stolen approximately, and I'm talking about the Congress and subsequent administrations, Republican and Democrat, they have stolen $463 billion from the Social Security Trust Fund. So that the Social Security Trust Fund will be broke. They're taking it and they're using it for general fund purposes to reduce the size of the deficit so that they can come to the public and say the deficit is smaller. Jim Baker was a crooked television evangelist and they threw him in jail a couple of years ago. And his primary crime was taking money from trust funds or pension funds and using it for general fund purposes. And that's what they've been doing with Social Security and other government pension funds. Okay, about 700 billion in total. Total actually is about $6 trillion then for the government. Could reach 10 to 12 trillion by the year 2000. Off-budget federal agency debt around 720 billion. If you really tie it all together, the government's guarantees to the banks and S&Ls, the government's around $10 trillion in debt. Our government is on the verge of going broke. By the way, the Canadian government could go broke in the next 12 months. Okay? If you take U.S. internal debt, government, off-budget federal agency debt, state and local real estate mortgage, et cetera, you come out around 16 trillion, and then if you add up U.S. internal, external debt, government guarantees to the banks, you're looking at about a $22 trillion debt pyramid, and that debt pyramid has begun to come unglued, and that's what's going to give us the Great Depression of the 1990s. Okay, now, some of the consequences of this American debt binge. The U.S. is now the largest debtor nation in the world, foreign debt $700 billion. Like Latin America, we're learning that the borrower becomes the servant of the lender. Our debt pyramid has begun to implode. By the way, give you an idea of the direction of our debt in the last couple of years. I mean, boom, 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 just straight up, okay? And it continues. Now, Wall Street Journal had an article a while back on the domino situation in the whole world debt system. The dominoes have indeed already begun to fall, as I'm going to demonstrate to you, I hope, in the next few minutes. Okay, record post-depression bankruptcies, as I said, it's actually now 5 years, about 100,000 corporations a year, about 1 million Americans a year going broke. Unemployment is rising. The problem with unemployment, by the way, this is consumer liquidity. The consumer has never been, this is the consumer's liquidity in 1940, and this is what's happened to consumer liquidity over the last few decades. The American consumer has never been more cash poor, more strapped with debt, or more illiquid since the Great Depression as he is right now. Okay? Unemployment is rising, and even though the government says 6%, it's closer to around 9, maybe as high as 10%. The government has 101 ways to fudge on the numbers. If you are part-time employed, they consider you full-time employed. If you've lost a job, a middle management job, making $70,000 a year, and now you're delivering Domino's Pizza at minimum wage plus tips, they count you as fully employed. They have so many ways of playing games with the unemployment numbers, it's not funny. And so they create phantom jobs with their computer programs, et cetera, et cetera. Another thing that we're seeing in the unemployment area is massive downsizing by companies. There are companies that are downsizing their employees like you wouldn't believe. Now, the company may be stronger, but it's not so good for the overall economy. IBM, over a couple-year period, laying off 85,000 people. AT&T, 83,000 people. General Motors, 74,000 people. Sears, 50,000. Boeing, 30,000, et cetera, et cetera. You start looking around the country at all the corporate downsizings and layoffs that are taking place, and you say, wait a minute, how can the government say there's more and more people going to work? The government is lying through their teeth with their inflation statistics. And if you believe them and invest or manage your funds or your business according to government economic statistics, you're going to be a day late and a dollar short. They play games with the inflation numbers, they play games with GNP, they play games with unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. Corporate earnings have been cratering for many large companies in the last few years, and the ones who haven't had them cratering is by virtue of the fact that they're lopping off 10,000 employees, 50,000 employees, they're closing factories, et cetera, et cetera. Our major corporations are closing down factories all over this country and reopening those factories in Vietnam, in Taiwan, in Red China, in Mexico, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the entire U.S. economy is leveraged like a commodities contract. You go into the commodities market and speculate there. 97% of the people who do lose, but you do it on heavy leverage. You put 5 or 10% down. You're betting on the pork bellies or orange juice futures or cotton futures, whatever, going up 5 or 10%. You just doubled your money. If they go down 5 or 10%, you just lost all your money. Okay, that's what the whole U.S. economy looks like today. We have leveraged up our whole economy on debt like a commodities contract. And when the commodities contract goes south on you, it's called reverse leverage, and that's what we're seeing in this country, reverse leverage. It's like what happened to the real estate market in Texas when the oil prices cratered in the 1980s, and this sent the whole U.S. or the whole Texas economy down. And then S&Ls begin to go down, real estate prices begin to drop, and I visited with a man who had, Clint Murchison was his name. I visited with him at 86, shortly before he died. He'd been worth $2.1 billion in 1980. He owned the Dallas Cowboys, America's football team. By 1986, he was broke and bankrupt. He had been leveraged highly in Texas real estate, and when it went down, he got caught in reverse leverage. But that's the story for not only millions of investors and people in this country, that's a story for our whole country at large. Okay, there is a coming crisis in government financing. In 1980, the federal deficit was $72 billion, and all personal income taxes collected by the government, $244 billion. The deficit was 29.8% of personal income taxes. By 92, the estimated deficit was $449 billion. Personal income taxes collected $478 billion. So the deficit is now 93% of the personal taxes collected, and those numbers keep going up and up and up. The government is now spending almost twice as much as it takes in taxes. Okay, the interest on the national debt now costs over $300 billion per year. So 62.6% of all personal taxes collected goes to that interest. Within 5 to 8 years, the interest on the national debt will rise to $600 billion or more than all personal and corporate income taxes collected. A guy named Harry Figge, who is one of the co-founders or co-chairman of the Grace Commission, wrote a book a couple years ago called Bankruptcy 1995, The Coming Collapse of America and How to Stop It. Okay? I don't know if his timing was exactly right, but he felt that the American government's financing would be in such a mess that by around 1995, it could be a year or two out, nobody knows for sure, that the whole thing would begin to implode on us. Figge projects by the end of the decade, the national debt will reach $12 trillion. Figge writes, quote, by 1995, even if American politicians haven't acknowledged it yet, and of course they never will, the rest of the world will have figured out that the U.S. is going to default on its debt. That's when and why our country and lives will begin to come apart. By 1995, U.S. federal debt will exceed gross domestic product. In referring to the coming American bankruptcy, Figge wrote, it is indisputable that no government anywhere ever has operated long under these circumstances without its citizens eventually paying a ruinous price, and nothing about the U.S. suggests that we're in any way exempt from this rule of history, end quote. Okay, now, for decades, California has been the bellwether state. The rest of the nation follows California. Present California is in the deepest depression of any of the 50 states. It's in the deepest depression since the 1930s, far deeper than Texas in the 1980s, and it appears to be headed lower. U.S. News and World Report says the financial situation in California is crumbling, with companies moving out in the droves. Ernst & Young, the Big 8 accounting firm, says that half of San Diego's biomedical companies, 20% of their local biotech firms, are planning to leave California because of high taxes, bad living conditions, a socialistic anti-business environment. Since 1987, the state has sustained 668 factory relocations, with 92,000 jobs moving out of the state, used aircraft, moved to Tucson because of a better environment, et cetera, et cetera. So California has become a welfare magnet, with 3 million people now on welfare, 5 million now on public assistance, 66,000 homeless. Unemployment in California is now 11%, with the depression exacerbated by Bush's and then followed up by Clinton's tax cut or defense cuts. And so California is where it starts, and then things usually follow across the country. U.S. cities are in a financial crisis. According to USA Today, 54% of U.S. towns and cities are broke. A survey of 620 cities and towns found that 54% have negative in the red balance sheets. Cities are being forced to curtail trash pickup services, close library branches, and eliminate fire and police positions, and increase parking fines. Glenda Hood, City Commissioner of Orlando, Florida, President of the National League of Cities, has said, quote, the depression is diminishing the quality of life in our cities and towns. I mean, good grief. I mean, think about it. Look around your town, look around Denver, look around any major city in this country. That's why a lot of people are moving to the country and moving to small towns. According to the National League of Cities surveys, 72% of U.S. cities are raising taxes or fees, 73% are slashing spending, 44% have frozen hiring, 40% have trimmed workforces, and 14% have cut service levels. Okay? Conclusion, consider moving to a smaller town or rural area if you can, away from the rising taxes, crime, social upheaval, and deterioration in most major cities. Municipal bond holdings should be reduced. Actually, I put this together some time back, and the municipal bond holdings cratered last year with the drop in the bond market. Okay? There's a depression in Japan. The global depression started in Japan and is now deepening in that country. The 62% drop in the Japanese stock market cost Japanese investors $3 trillion in contraction of their net worth. The losses in the Japanese real estate market are probably closer to $8 to $10 trillion today, and still continuing. Japan's financial system, banks, and investors have $8 to $10 trillion less to spend, or invest than they had a few years ago. That represents a tremendous deflation of financial wealth, and their depression is now spreading to their banks, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going to analyze for you the Japanese bust in a minute, because the applications for America are absolutely incredible. There's a depression in Britain, and indeed there's a depression in many of the countries in Western Europe today. Okay, now let's see if we can learn some lessons from the collapse of the Japanese bubble. Japan is in the midst of a classic textbook depression, a deflationary debt liquidation. The economy is contracting, profits are falling, debt is being forcibly liquidated. Unemployment is rising, nominal interest rates are very low, but real interest rates are high because of the falling price level. Credit is now contracting in Japan as businesses pay down debt. There's a fierce downward spiral of prices as Japanese consumers, burnt badly by the collapse in Japan's financial markets over the past 6 years, have cut back dramatically on consumption of almost everything but essentials. As prices drop, earnings are dropping, wages are being cut, factories are being closed, companies are slashing expenses, and employees are being laid off. Unemployment is still rising and industrial production is falling. Japan is locked in a classic deflationary depression with virtually all of the symptoms of the Great Depression and every other depression over the past few centuries, and it's far from over. The drop in the Japanese stock market is also likely to continue. I'm talking about Japan because what we're seeing in Japan is what we're about to see in the United States of America. Before Americans are tempted to gloat over Japan's misfortune and over their present apparent apparent stability, it's to be remembered that Japan's financial system was in the late 1980s and still is fundamentally more sound than our own, even though they've been in depression for 6 years. They have the largest trade surplus in the world. We have the largest deficit. They have the strongest currency in the world. We have one of the weakest, at least in the industrial world. They have a savings rate of about 17% per year. We have one of 3% per year in America, and their debt pyramid, consumer, business, and governmental, is far smaller than our own. Japanese made the mistake of going on a speculative binge in stocks and real estates in the late 80s, and are paying for it now with their version of the Great Depression of the 1930s. But America went on a speculative binge in the latter half of the 1980s and the first half of the 1990s, and today has a speculative bubble, including stocks, bonds, and derivatives, that is every bit as speculative and vulnerable as Japan's bubble in the late 1980s. I'm going to talk to you in a few minutes about the $19 trillion derivatives market and why that might be the place that our depression is triggered. The anatomy of the Japanese bubble. In the latter half of the 1980s, Japanese investors bought up $730 billion in assets around the world. The flood of Japanese yen buying up the world during that period was the result of massive domestic and international money creation by the Bank of Japan and the low interest rates it propagated at the time. Japan's banking system lay at the heart of the liquidity boom. Banks were and still are the main engine of credit and money creation in Japan. Japanese banks delivered double-digit money growth. Japanese borrowers also went on a rampage in the euro markets. Massive leverage speculation in European and American bond markets followed the Japanese bid their stock and real estate markets up to astronomical levels. The bubble burst. In 1989, Japan's central bank started tightening monetary policy with the declared aim of puncturing the bubble before it burst of its own accord at even higher and more damaging heights. In other words, they started raising interest rates just as our central bank has been doing since February of last year. Now, do you understand that when our central bank, the Federal Reserve, started raising interest rates, they triggered the biggest collapse in the U.S. bond market since 1926, and the U.S. bond market, which was $9 trillion, dropped in the last 15 months, or the last 13 months, has dropped close to $1.5 trillion, okay? Just as Japan's central bank punctured their speculative bubble with rising interest rates, I believe our Federal Reserve is not going to. I believe they have already done so and don't understand it. Okay? Let's go on. Nobody was prepared for the havoc, however, that followed the pricking of the bubble and that it was the cause to Japan's economic and financial system. The greatest financial collapse in Japanese history followed. Stock market dropped by $3 trillion and the real estate market contracted $8 to $10 trillion. Bubbles don't occur in isolation from the real economy. The longer they last, the more they tend to spill over into a borrowing binge to finance business investment and or consumer spending. In Japan's case, the brunt of the money went into the commercial construction and a new factory plant and equipment. It was a classic example of the way in which financial bubbles over time distort and damage real economies. When the bubble burst, the economy slid into an outright depression. Okay? Now, parallels between the U.S. and the Japanese bubbles are worth looking at. Both countries' speculative bubbles, Japan's in the late 80s and America's in the early 90s, were begotten by extremely lax central bank monetary policies which paved the way for runaway asset inflation and explosive debt growth or credit growth. In the 1980s, Japanese investors were the main source of international liquidity, just as U.S. investors and speculators have been the main source of international liquidity or funds in the first half of the 1990s. Japan has collapsed. When America follows, the two major sources of world liquidity will be gone, and the rest of the world will follow America down as it did in the 1930s. The essence of the Japanese bubble was the creation of excess liquidity, which inflated asset prices for goods and services. In America, the excess liquidity created by the Fed from 90 through 93 did the same thing and inflated asset prices, but most of it went into stocks, bonds, and derivatives, okay, instead of prices for goods and services. The world believed that the Japanese financial boom was sound, supported by a strong currency, by huge trade surpluses, by low interest rates, by low inflation, high productivity, and very high savings rates, but the world was wrong. Just as Japan's financial boom was really a speculative bubble, so America's financial boom in the early 1980s that took the stock market up to around 4,000, that saw Wall Street create a $19 trillion derivatives pyramid, which is the most speculative bubble, financial bubble in the history of the world. It will become obvious over the next couple of years that that's what we've had as a speculative bubble as well. Financial disruptions, such as the recent Orange County bankruptcy, may speed the Great Awakening. Some of the differences between Japan and the U.S. financial bubbles, and these are even more ominous. In some ways, they're mirror images of one another. America has a huge current account and balance of payments deficit of $148 billion last year. The mirror image of Japan's current account surplus of $138 billion in '94. The U.S. savings rate is 3%, 15% of GDP, while Japan's is 17%, 35% of GDP. The huge Japanese savings pool and balance of trade surplus generates enormous internal liquidity or cash flow inside Japan, in contrast to the U.S. liquidity resulting from our huge trade deficit and low rate of savings. Americans have to generate liquidity primarily through borrowed funds domestically or internationally. Another important difference in the Japanese and U.S. bubbles is that in Japan, the inflated spending triggered by the bubble in the late 80s went primarily into business investment and commercial construction. In America, the bubble of the late 80s, of the early 90s has spawned a new spending and borrowing binge by the consumer. When the dust settles from the Japanese collapse, they will have something left: bricks, mortar, capital equipment, etc. When the dust settles from the coming American collapse, we will have nothing left. Consumer goods will be gone and the consumer credit up in smoke. Conclusion: the Bank of Japan is working overtime to re-liquefy or reinflate the Japanese economy, but its effects are being overwhelmed by savage downward pressure from the rapidly deflating economy and the rapid ongoing destruction of asset values and liquidity. It's obviously easier to puncture a speculative bubble and cause a depression than it is to restore the bubble and end the depression. It is like it's easier to push somebody off a cliff than it is to retrieve them after they've fallen off the cliff, unless they're on a bungee cord. Okay? The Fed learned the hard way in the 1930s that it's easier to start a depression than to stop one, low interest rates and loose money notwithstanding. The Bank of Japan has dropped short-term interest rates to bargain basement levels, but the banks are frozen, everyone is frightened, and no one wants to lend and no one wants to borrow. A friend of mine, John Exeter, calls it pushing on a string in a credit-based economy. Japan, America, and most Western nations now have. It's very difficult for the central bank to inflate out of a depression if no one wants to borrow or lend, low interest rates and loose money notwithstanding. The parallels between Japan's financial bubble and our own are ominous. The differences are even more so. They demonstrate that in many key ways, i.e. the strength of the currency, balance of trade, high savings rates, total debt, that Japan, in spite of its current depression, is fundamentally more sound in its financial economic system than America. Okay, there's three emerging bear markets that I'd like to just touch on briefly. First is the present U.S. stock market is probably the most overpriced in U.S. history. Vertically rising markets are followed by vertically collapsing markets. Gold and silver market went straight up in 1979 and 80, and it collapsed shortly thereafter. The U.S. stock market went straight up in 1929, collapsed thereafter, and that's what the U.S. stock market has looked like from 1987 to present. Vertically rising markets are followed by vertically collapsing markets. Many U.S. stocks have already fallen 30 to 50%. Everybody watches the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones is an easily manipulated average of 30 stocks, and all you have to do is get some institutions to buy a half a dozen of those stocks, and you can prop up the Dow Jones industrial averages. But the Dow Transportations dropped 23%, and the Dow Utilities dropped 33%, and you had a lot of stocks that dropped last year as much as 40 to 50%. So a bear market started in the stock market, even though most people still don't know it, about February of last year. Signs of a major market top: record margin debt as a percentage of GDP, record trading volume in speculative OTC markets, extremely low cash positions held by mutual funds, very high public optimism in spite of recent break in the stock and bond markets, and so forth. Global stock markets have reached 28 times earnings in the year from June 30th, June 93 to May 94. Over $100 billion poured into mutual funds. Mutual funds are probably the giant time bomb that's ticking in the stock market. There's now over 5,000 of these mutual funds. There are now some 63 million Americans that have poured into the most overpriced stock market in the history of the United States, okay? Probably a lot of those, probably 2/3 of those have gone into mutual funds. I went to Wall Street in 1967, okay? One of my first experiences on Wall Street was to have a guy jump out of a window and land at my feet. Okay, and that was not the Great Depression or the collapse of the stock market. He just had a bad day. It would have been a bad day for me if it had hit me. He was very dead. Okay? Wall Street is like a giant red light district that can find 1,001 ways to separate you from your money. And mutual funds and options and a whole lot of creative things, real estate investment trusts in recent years have been some of the ways that Wall Street has done it. Okay? Now, they have sucked 63 million people, 63 million, never in the history of the United States that many people, into stocks, but primarily into mutual funds. And there's over 5,000 stock and bond mutual funds. Most of those portfolio managers don't even believe there's any such thing as a bear market. They've never lived through a bear market, and they are going to get killed. And you begin to get into net redemptions of mutual funds starting in about November. And you're going to have a major crisis in the mutual fund industry, and it is, I think, within months of materializing. So the stock market is a gigantic time bomb ticking, and I would recommend, as strongly as I can recommend anything to you, you should have zero exposure to the stock market. You should own no stock mutual funds, maybe exception gold stock mutual funds. You should have nothing in your pension fund, your IRAs, your KIOs, or anything like that. In fact, that new newsletter that I just wrote has a long article about pensions, IRAs, KIOs, et cetera, et cetera. You gotta be real careful with your money from this point forward. That is, unless you want to join the million Americans a year that are going broke. Okay, now, there's also been a bursting of the speculative bubble in U.S. bonds. U.S. bond market has witnessed not a near crash, but a crash. And its tremors have reverberated to the furthest corners of the earth. The Fed created a giant speculative bubble in the U.S. bond market by keeping low short-term interest rates very low for several years. You had U.S. banks borrowed hundreds of billions of dollars from the Fed at low interest rates, near 3%, and invested the funds in long U.S. Treasury bonds at 7 to 8%, realizing a quick 4 to 5% profit. Pension funds, hedge funds, mutual funds, and broker trading desks also brought hundreds of billions of dollars in highly leveraged bond positions. In early February, the Fed began to raise U.S. interest rates, and between January 25 and April 4th, that was February of '94, prices of 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds fell 14%. Ultimately, before last year was over, you had bonds, government bonds, long government bonds, many of them fall up to 29%. You have never seen anything like that since 1926, and that was just prior to the Great Depression. $1.5 trillion lost. Now, that's not the whole story, because a lot of banks and pension funds were buying bonds on leverage. They were leveraging themselves like you buy pork belly futures with a little bit down, and so their losses were much more than you might have imagined. The gargantuan multi-trillion-dollar U.S. bond market, corporate, municipal, governmental, has now entered a severe bear market decline. It is not over, and it will affect pension funds. You understand that about 40% of the bonds in this country are owned by who? By pension funds, by retirement funds. Now, when those retirement funds become underfunded, because either they don't have enough money to put into their pension funds or because the stocks and bonds in their portfolios have dropped, then they become basically actuarially insolvent, okay? And it means that they can't make the payments to the people who are now retiring. Now, you need to understand the General Motors pension fund is more than $25 billion underfunded. General Motors, the biggest corporation in the world, is insolvent because of its pension fund, and it is only one. This corporation solvent of thousands and thousands and thousands of companies. And what I just wrote, and it's important that you understand that you've just seen a 40% drop in corporate and long-term government bonds, and these are owned by these pension funds, and so the portfolio value of these pension funds has dove, and most of the people who have their assets in there don't know it. They're not aware of it, but they will become aware as the pension funds begin to have a harder and harder time. What I've told people in my recent newsletter is as quickly as you can get your money out of pension funds, you want to do so. It's not the only problem with the markets. It's also that the government is eyeing the $5.1 trillion pension fund. It's a golden egg. It's this giant pool of monies that people have in retirement, and the government is beginning to come in like a bunch of wolves circling a pack of deer, and they're beginning to take chunks out of it. And over the next 10 or 15 years, it's just too great a temptation. Anyway, no extra charge for that. There is a tremendous bear market going on in bonds. Bond market is a precursor to a bear market in the stock market, so you just need to understand. Now, an awful lot of these bonds are tied in with the derivatives market, so let's look at the biggest time bomb of all, the derivatives market. Wall Street's ingenious in creating new highly leveraged speculative paper schemes for separating investors from their money and ringing the cash registers through Wall Street. REITs, options, junk bonds, leveraged buyouts, securitizing of debts, etc. Now Wall Street has created dozens of new highly complicated, highly leveraged gimmicks called derivatives. There's actually 1,200 different kinds of derivatives now, which threaten to sink the U.S. and global financial system. This gargantuan financial Frankenstein monster has quickly grown to 14 trillion wrong. It's amazing how fast the numbers change. It's now 19 trillion. Highly leveraged computer paper pyramid in the U.S. alone, and upwards to, it's now close to $40 trillion worldwide. Derivatives are artificial instruments which derive their value from actual underlying investments, such as stocks, bonds, and real estate. They include interest rate swaps, interest rate options, swaptions. You're not going to understand all this, okay? I don't either, but let me tell you what they are. Swaps, nobody understands them, not even the people that are investing in them. Swaptions, caps, floors, collars, collateralized mortgage obligations, commodity futures and options, forward commodity contracts, equity-linked bank deposits, interest-only mortgages, principal-only mortgages, synthetic securities, market index targeted term securities, Eurodollar futures, yield curve notes, etc. Understand that? Okay? Let me just tell you, there's $19 trillion of those little hummers outstanding. Now, these computer-generated investments can carry as much as 100 to 1 leverage, in fact, up to 1,000 to 1 leverage. A 1% rise in value leads to a 100% gain in equity invested, and a 1% decline wipes out your entire equity. U.S. government bonds declined 19%, and I think the last 9 months of last year, and or since I guess the first 9 months from October '93. Imagine having bought something that fell that far with 100 to 1 leverage. Okay. Time magazine, 4/11/94, described how the derivatives market. It was actually an excellent article, and if you want to read it, they did a good job. Risky business on Wall Street. High-tech super nerds are playing dangerous games with your money. Okay, and here's what they said. Computer-generated, hyper-sophisticated financial instruments that use the public's massive bet on securities to create a parallel universe of side bets and speculative mutations so vast that the underlying, now $19 trillion involved, is more than 3 times the total value of all stocks traded on the NYSE in a month at twice the size of the nation's GDP. It should be remembered that the $1 trillion stock market crash in 1987 was precipitated in the derivatives market. Derivatives, in theory, it was $500 billion in one day, but it was $1 trillion over about 2 months. Derivatives, in theory, were created to reduce market risk through various hedging techniques, but in reality, they've introduced more risk because of the incredible volume of money that rides on them. These side bets pull with them a real world of securities worth 30 times their value. Time magazine says these breakneck derivative deals are possible because Wall Street today has transformed itself into a virtual seamless network of computer-linked brokers, dealers, and exchanges around the globe. The trades take place in an electronic neverland that can be entered from anywhere in the world. Billion-dollar transactions involving derivatives or other securities that once took hours or days to handle are now routinely completed in seconds, with all the potential risk and reward that comes with instant gains and losses. And so Wall Street's speculative bubble continues to grow as big banks and brokerage firms scramble to create ever more exotic derivative products, 1,200 of those derivatives products. Who are the big players in the derivatives markets? Hedge funds, $75 billion in derivatives. Stock brokerage firms, $2 trillion in derivatives. Goldman Sachs earned $2.7 billion in 1993, mostly from trading derivatives. In 1993, Merrill Lynch made $761 million in trading derivatives, 26% of Merrill's total income. Many stock brokerage firms report greater profits in trading derivatives than in selling stocks, bonds, and other securities products. J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley each spent $800 million to $1.2 billion a year to hone their derivatives operations. The money goes for the computers and software it takes to crunch numbers, design and monitor derivatives contracts, and for salaries for the so-called quants who pilot the equipment. Money center banks, $12 trillion in derivatives out of 14 trillion. Actually, it's more now because it's more than 14 trillion. So money center banks have probably around $14 trillion in derivatives outstanding. At the end of 1993, according to the comptroller of the currency, Bankers Trust had over $30 in derivatives for every dollar of assets. Chemical Bank had 22.37 in derivatives per dollar of assets. J.P. Morgan, $16.51. Chase Manhattan, First National Bank of Chicago, and Citibank all had over 10 times their asset value in derivatives. Are we on a speculative binge in America or what? And this shows some of the big banks, Bankers Trust, Chemical, Morgan, et cetera, et cetera. These are also derivatives dealers who help create the derivatives. Okay? Reputedly conservative banks have become wildly speculative and over-leveraged, crossing over the line from conservative hedging to casino-like gambling using their depositors' funds. Bankers Trust has $67.6 billion in total assets and controls $2 trillion in derivatives. Okay? Chemical Bank controls almost $2.5 trillion in derivatives. Citibank, $2.1 trillion. Morgan Guaranty, $1.7 trillion. Chase Manhattan, $1 trillion. Bank of America, $1 trillion. So America's largest financial institutions hold derivatives which greatly overwhelm their asset base. Those derivatives require negligible capital, but they involve huge leverage and risk for the banks and for their depositors. The estimated now $19 trillion in derivatives in America and now $40 trillion worldwide are artificial money. It exists only as computerized bookkeeping entries. Thus, when underlying values in stocks, bonds, mortgages, etc., Fannie Mae's, Ginnie Mae's, that these are based on, when underlying values decline, equity goes up in smoke. However, the holder of the smoke must make up the losses with real money. If he goes bankrupt, then the banks that finance him take the losses. Enormous derivatives losses are beginning to pile up. Nippon Steel lost $128 million in derivatives. Japanese oil importer lost $1.5 billion. A Chilean derivatives trader lost $207 million. German conglomerate lost $1.3 billion. Asken Capital lost $600 million. Procter & Gamble dropped $157 million. Orange County dropped $2.5 to $3 billion. Orange County had in their pool the funds of 187 different towns, cities, school districts, and so forth in Southern California. You've got colleges, universities, counties, school districts, banks, insurance companies, savings and loans, pension funds, bank trust departments, all buying into this derivatives market. It has infected the entire U.S. financial system like a computer virus that suddenly begins to spread and wipe out everything in sight. The Shoshone Indian tribe lost $3.5 million out of a $5 million investment in western Wyoming over this. Large university up in Illinois lost close to $200 million. They had their operating funds invested in derivatives, not just their retirement portfolios, but their operating funds. Odessa College in West Texas had $21 million. They had all their operating capital, and they had the entire $21 million invested in derivatives. They lost half of it. Okay, it is incredible what has been going on. George Soros and his quantum hedge fund lost $600 million. Michael Steinhardt, a hedge fund operator, lost $1 billion. Meade Corporation and Gibson Greeting Cards has lost tens of millions of dollars. Minnetonka Fund, owned by Cargill, lost $90 million. Some derivative speculators are buying U.S. government bonds on 100-to-1 leverage. If a bond rises 10% in value, because interest rates have declined, a speculator can make a $10,000 profit. $1 million investment becomes a $100 million profit. That's called real leverage, baby, okay? But if interest rates rise and Treasury bonds decline, like they did in the early part of last year, 19%, at 100-to-1 leverage, for every $1 million invested, there's $190 million lost. Do you understand what they have done? They have created a speculative Frankenstein monster inside the American financial system that makes the speculative bubble look in Japan look like nothing. Okay, the implications, the dangerous implications of the derivatives bubble. Derivatives, program trading, portfolio insurance helped to precipitate the trillion-dollar stock market crash of '87, which within hours spread to markets all over the world. Okay, an accident or unsuspected development in the now $19 trillion U.S. derivatives market, $40 trillion global derivatives market, could cause the world financial system, the biggest financial bubble in history, to come unglued. When the derivatives collapsed and you had the bankruptcy of Orange County, within 24 hours there was a bank run going on the municipal pool that was run by the state of Texas, and it dropped from $3.7 billion down to $1.2 billion, and it did that in a matter of 48 hours. When these derivatives collapses start, it's like firing a bullet in a cave, and it's bing, 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 bing. It just starts ricocheting all over the place. Okay, some kind of financial accident could trigger a collapse in this gargantuan computerized paper pyramid. Perhaps rising interest rates will prick the bubble, or new government regulations of the derivatives market could trigger a stampede for the exit. One major accident or surprise in the derivatives markets could trigger a domino-type collapse that would reverberate throughout the entire world financial system. An earthquake in Tokyo, Los Angeles, or San Francisco, a coup in Latin America, assassination of a presidential candidate in Mexico, resignation or impeachment of President Clinton. Any kind of shock to the system could send markets crashing in some areas, and then a whole chain of interlocking obligations would snap, setting off a series of uncontainable defaults that would shake the world financial system. The world stock or bond markets would plunge, companies would go bankrupt, and hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars of losses would be sustained. Okay, a very happy scenario, but folks, let me tell you, it's real, and it's sitting out there right now, and it is the most gigantic time bomb, financial time bomb, that has ever ticked in the history of the world. Okay? Let's look at 4 economic scenarios. I want to bring this down to the practical and give you some ideas as to what to do, but let me kind of put a cap on what we've been talking about here for the last hour or so. There's 4 economic scenarios, basically. The optimist scenario says inflationless prosperity as far ahead as the eye can see. It's all going to be great. We got no problems. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there's close to 63 million Americans now in the stock market who buy that. And that's the song that's being sold by Wall Street in Washington. And I just don't think that's the way it is, okay? You have to figure it out for yourself. The deflation scenario, by the way, on the table in the back, if you didn't get it, was my January newsletter, and it has a very updated analysis of the derivatives market, the stock market, and the bond market. Please get it, please read it, And then you better start thinking and praying about what you do to adjust your finances accordingly. Read it and study it closely. I think you'll find some hardcore information in there. Okay, the deflation scenario says, yeah, but all these cracks that are spreading through the financial system indicate that we may be about to go over our financial Niagara without a barrel. And you know, they might just be right. The Kondratiev wave, or the so-called super cycle or long wave, is actually a picture of the economies of the Western world looking back 200 or 300 years. A Russian economist in the middle 1920s came up with this concept, and you can go back and track it and I think validate it by looking at interest rates and commodity prices and so forth. It would appear that every 50 to 60 years the economies of the Western world run up. They run up to a peak. They have a plateau period of about 10 years where they kind of churn and go sideways, and there's a lot of speculation and debt accumulation, but not very much happens. A secondary peak, and then they drop off the edge into a depression, and then they do it all over again, and there's some wars thrown in for good measure, and usually somewhere between 50 and 60 years is about the length of this. Now, students of the super cycle, or the Kondratiev wave, believe that it peaked in 1920. You had a plateau period during the 1920s, secondary peak in 1929, and boom, down into the great abyss. And the drop was pretty nasty, and it lasted for most of the decade, and it was only ended by World War II. Okay? And then we crawled back out of it, and the next major peak was 1980, and the 1990s were then a period of plateau period, tremendous debt accumulation and so forth, but not really going anywhere. And then by about 1990, we begin to roll over. And indeed, that's when you begin to see the tremendous contraction in the debt pyramid. You begin to see the bankruptcies, et cetera, et cetera. And so students of the supercycle believe that, in fact, the real rollover of the supercycle, which spells the beginning of the Great Depression of the 1990s, probably actually started around 1990, okay? But it will get worse if they're right. Now, there's some interesting parallels between the 1920s and 30s and the 1980s and 90s. Tremendous speculation in the 1920s and early 30s. You seen any speculation in our country lately? What did we just talk about? The tremendous explosion in the derivatives market, all the stuff that's going on. Business Week describes our financial system as the casino society. No, it's not Las Vegas or Atlantic City. It's the U.S. financial system. And then it goes on to talk about the incredible speculation in the U.S. financial system. By the way, have you noticed the mania for gambling? And how we're setting up gambling in towns and states all across the United States is part of the psychology that Americans have, and it's very similar to the psychology we had back in the 1920s. There were speculative banking practices back then, certainly speculative banking practices in recent years, falling commodity prices then and now, except they have bounced in the last year or so, an agricultural depression then, and certainly in the latter part of the 80s, early 90s, we've seen some tough times in the agricultural sector in this country. A rising tide of trade protectionism. Protective tariffs actually were said to have brought down the economy back then. A lot of talk of that still floats around in Washington. Explosion in consumer installment debt then, much greater explosion now. A mountain of mortgage debt then, much greater today. A giant drop in business debt, or a giant pyramid of business debt accompanied by a sharp drop in corporate liquidity back in the 1920s, 30s period. Same thing today. Record government debt then. What did we just say about government debt in the last 15 years? From $1 trillion to $5.1 trillion. And a psychological climate of official and consumer optimism and complacency. All the politicians and the folks on Wall Street said, hey, we never had it so good. This was just a little hiccup, this drop in the stock market. It'll be fine. And those turkeys did not understand. They didn't understand until the middle part of 1931 that they were really in a depression. Okay? So you can make a case that we, in fact, a lot of the cracks in our financial system are the early stages of a major deflation in the United States. You certainly see it in Japan, you see it in Europe, and maybe you'll see it here. I think it's a real possibility. The inflationists say, no, but the government will run its printing presses and they will try to inflate their way out of it. True or false? Absolutely true. They will definitely try to inflate their way out of it. And the prognosis for inflation is that both the Democrats and the Republicans are big spenders. They know only one government solution to all the problems we've talked about, just run the printing presses faster and faster. The tax laws are certainly inflationary. The Fed would kill to increase the money supply. They're doing their level best to do that. That'll be inflationary. Excluding energy, an awful lot of prices are already moving up. You have to understand the government lies through their teeth about inflation. What inflation is doing. You want to know what inflation is doing? Go back over the last 20 years and calculate the percentage increases in postage stamps. And you say, why? Well, because it's very simple. Because the post office, look at all the costs that go into their increasing their costs and increasing the cost of our postage stamps. Their wages that they pay for the people who work in the post office and deliver the mail and flying it around the country, and the bricks and mortar for the post office buildings they have, and you know, the energy they have, and the vehicles they use, et cetera, et cetera. And you notice they just put a first-class stamp. If you'll go back and calculate that over the last 20 years, you'll find that the cost of postage, maybe 25 years, has gone up about 18% a year, and that's a lot closer to the real inflation in the United States, and that's one of the major reasons why our standard of living has been dropping so sharply. But the governments all over the world, led by our own, lie about those statistics, so you've got to kind of use real-world common sense to figure out if prices are going up. We have inflation now. It's probably in excess of 10%. Okay? Excluding energy, other prices are moving up. Import prices are rising. By the way, have you gone out and shopped lately and gone into any kind of general merchandise stores and looked at the labels where the stuff comes from? There's not anything being made in the United States anymore. I went down to Sam's Club in Farmington here right before Christmas, and I went to Penny's. And I did a fair amount of shopping for Christmas, and 95% of the items I looked at were made outside the United States, and I got to tell you that 50% of them were made in Red China. You start looking around and you wonder why we can't compete with things. But let me tell you something. We're importing probably at least 60% of what we consume in this country, and those prices are going up 15 to 16% a year. Okay, and those are a lot easier to calculate. So import prices are rising. Oil prices are kind of not doing too much right now. IMF is moving from austerity to growth, meaning they're going to try to run their printing presses. Inflation is also already high and rising in third world and Latin American countries, and the Fed is moving to monetize the deficit. So you can argue very strongly that there will be inflation in our future. By the way, this is a chart from back in the 1970s, and it's a really neat little chart. You got to study it but basically what this chart says is the thick price is gold, the thick line, and the dotted line is interest rates, and the thin line is inflation. And basically the price of gold, inflation, and interest rates tend to move in the same direction, okay? And you can see gold, and you can see interest rates, and you can see inflation all moving up and pretty much down. They don't do it exactly the same time, but in general they will all tend to move up and down together. Okay, there's a fourth scenario, and that is what I call ecospasm, the inflation depression scenario. I've written about this from time to time in my newsletter, and here's basically what I think is emerging in our economy today. An ecospasm is an economic condition wherein we have elements of inflation and deflation occurring simultaneously. That is, credit liquidation, proliferating business and banking failures, at the same time massive debt monetization and exploding money supply. In an ecospasm, some prices will rise sharply and some businesses will boom, while other prices will fall, sharply and other businesses are collapsing all at the same time. In other words, parts of the economy are doing great and parts of the economy are cratering at the same time, okay? An ecospasm economy is one in which powerful upward and downward forces clash like warring armies, in which crises in national economies send out global shockwaves in which all systems lag at differing rates, creating disorder and uncertainty. In an ecospasm, sometimes the balance of forces will tilt toward inflation, sometimes toward deflation, and sometimes they'll be temporarily in balance, as we've seen over the past year or so. The phenomenon of an inflationary recession or depression is part of the ecospasm scenario, like having the German hyperinflation of 1923 and the Great Crash of 1929 occurring simultaneously. Imagine not merely stagflation, but a combination of superinflationary and superdepressive forces striking at once. It produces two unique forms of depression. First, the selective depression, in which certain areas of the economy collapse for the duration while others stay healthy and grow. And second, the mobile depression, in which the depression migrates from region to region, city to city, one at a time. Kind of like it started in Texas in the 1980s, and it moved to New York, then it moved to the southeast, and it moved to the farm states, it moved to the west, it moved up to the northwest, et cetera, et cetera. The financial structure in an ecospasm is badly distorted, and all economic indicators and signals are mixed, contradictory, and confusing, not unlike pulling up to a traffic signal when the lights are flashing red and yellow and green, all at the same time and so rapidly that no government policy is capable of coping or keeping up. And I believe that that's the kind of economy which is emerging in the United States today. In conclusion, America is facing the greatest financial crisis in its history, far greater than in 1929. As a country, we, and that means the government, business, and the individuals, have spent it all and have gone on the most massive debt binge in history, now about $16 trillion, to perpetuate the facade of prosperity. The Bible says the borrower is the servant of the lender. America is the world's largest borrower or debtor, and we're about to become the financial servant to our creditors, such as Japan, Western Europe, just as Latin America is the financial servant of its North American IMF and World Bank creditors. Now, what do we do about some of these things? Well, Nation's Business had an interesting article, Prepare for the Worst, in which they talked about some of the physical crises, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, the fires, the floods, etc., and what people needed to do to be prepared. And I want to give you some thoughts on principles of self-sufficiency. If you take my newsletter, and maybe a few of you in the room do, I've written several times in the last year or so on self-sufficiency, and indeed I'll be writing a lot more over the next couple of years about different areas of self-sufficiency. Jeremiah 6:16 says, "Thus says the Lord, stand by the roads and look and ask for the old paths, where is the good old way, then walk in it and you will find rest for your souls." Okay, here's some principles, and I can't remember if we brought this newsletter or not. Did we bring the newsletter that included these out? Do you remember?
We had a few. I think we're out now.
Okay. Well, anyway, we've got them in a newsletter, and you can get them if you want to contact us. Change the way you look at everything. Rethink your entire lifestyle. Now, this is in light of everything we've said tonight, the political, the economic, the financial, the things that are happening. Develop discernment about people. You'd better learn how to read people and know the true from the false. I think that's going to be real important in the day that comes. It could kill you. There could be people that double-cross you. I'll tell you a story. I have a friend who is a Romanian pastor. He smuggled Bibles, 750,000 Bibles into Romania when the communists were still in power, and they still are, but it was prior to '84. And this guy was in a Bible class out in the middle of nowhere that he was teaching in the underground church. And he comes in and he looks around. There's about 25 people, and he's teaching for a while. All of a sudden he stops and he looks at two of them and says, "You two guys are in the KGB. You've infiltrated this group and you're here to try to expose us and destroy us." And one of the guys got up running, screaming from the room, and he was indeed KGB, a superstitious one, but he was. And the other one actually was so shaken up that they led him to Christ that night. Now, I believe that God gave him the wisdom and discernment to see those people and to see through those people, and we're going to have a wisdom and discernment, and I believe that discernment does come from God. Okay? Develop discernment about people. When you invest first in the right people. Okay? I've made some really crummy investments because the people I invested in either were flakes, they were crooked, or they didn't share my worldview. Okay? A lot of you use stockbrokers that think like Wall Street and don't think you share your worldview, and they'll lose you your shirt. Honestly look at yourself, your strengths and your weaknesses. The Bible says know yourself, and in tough, difficult times, you need to know yourself with your strengths and your weaknesses. Seek the counsel of others that you trust, okay? Proverbs says there's wisdom in a multitude of counselors, at least if they're not hopefully fools, okay? Number 6, find like-minded people who can be part of a mutual support group and who you can cooperate with. Number 7, find alternate methods for doing everything. Number 8, develop an instinct for what doesn't feel right. No matter how good something looks or sounds on the surface, go with your gut feeling, with your instinct, with your intuition. Often a wife will have a much greater sixth sense or intuition about a thing, a deal, people, etc., etc. And I've learned the hard way when my wife has a real strong feeling about something to listen to it. I think here again is where the Lord can give you real guidance. Eliminate non-essentials from your life. Eliminate all time wasters and money wasters and things you don't need. Clothes, furniture, junk, etc. Eliminate television from your life. You don't need it. It is a tremendous time waster. Simplify your lifestyle. Learn to say no to things or activities which do not help make you more self-sufficient. Learn to please God and yourself and not just other people. Develop physical, mental, and spiritual disciplines. I've talked to a number of people who were incarcerated behind the Iron Curtain, and they didn't have Bibles with them, but they had memorized Scripture and they had memorized hymns, and they basically, that was what sustained them, that and their relationship with the Lord. I'm trying to get on a regular Bible reading program every day, and I would really encourage you to spend time with the Lord and develop some real spiritual disciplines. Memorizing Bible Scripture, I think, is a great thing. Learn to treat everything as if it were irreplaceable. Buy things that will last even if they cost more. Acquire tools that do not depend upon electric power. Learn to spend time alone with yourself in total silence. Think, reflect, reminisce, and plan or strategize in silence. Learn to spend time alone with yourself and your family, apart from superficial entertainment or distractions. Learn something from every situation you're in. Everything you hear, see, touch, or feel has a lesson in it. Learn a principle from every mistake you make from everyday life situations. It's okay to make mistakes. Don't keep making the same ones over and over. Make sure your trust is in the Lord and not in your own preparedness. Pattern your preparation according to the guidance of the Lord. Listen to what the Lord puts in your heart. Don't use only your reasoning power. Learn to enjoy simple pleasures from the smallest things. Have a measure of joy that doesn't necessarily come from creature comfort or from entertainment. Store up memories for times when you may be separated from your family. I believe if this whole New World Order thing continues as it is going, that some of us will end up in prison or incarcerated and separated from our families. I hope that I'm wrong. I fear that we are right, that I'm right. Okay? So store up memories for times of isolation or separation from your loved ones. Establish priorities for all of life, relationships, needs, present needs, future needs, etc. Set goals for areas you'll be proficient in or self-sufficient in. Begin to set up an organized program for how you're going to get to greater self-sufficiency. Set a schedule or a timeline based on money and time you can invest in self-sufficiency. Examine the concept of civil disobedience from the Bible and from history. At what point should the people of Egypt have said no to the killing of male babies in Moses' day? At what point should the people of colonial America have said no to King George? I have some Christian pacifist friends who probably would have never said no and would probably still be living under the English because they just didn't understand the principles, or they don't. At what point should the people of Hitler or of Germany have said no to Hitler? At what point do we say no to despots in our day? When they take our money? Well, for most of us, no, because they take that every day with taxes. When they take our guns, when they take our children, when they take our freedom. Decide what your choke point is. When do you move to civil disobedience? For many throughout history, it was when evil leaders handed down edicts that were directly contrary to God's word or commands. Don't set your choke point too early or too quickly, nor too late, nor never. Think through or calculate a strategy and then never look back. Learn to ask the right questions in every situation. In Operation Waco, nobody asked the right questions. Why did the government have the right to come in and do this? They had no warrant, etc., etc. Bring orderliness into your life. If you live in disorder, it will pull you down. It will break your focus. Think focus versus distraction. Eliminate the distractions from your life. Self-sufficiency or survival principles are learned on a day-to-day basis and must be practical. Always have more than one way to escape, more than one way to do something. Have a plan B and a plan C. Everyday life, and especially crises, require upfront systems and backup systems if the first line of defense or upfront system fails. Real education or learning only takes place when change occurs in our attitudes, actions, and way of life. Wisdom is making practical applications of what you know. It is not enough to know everything you need to know. It will only serve you and others if practical application is made of that knowledge. Fix in your own mind the truth about your capabilities. In a crisis situation, this principle will keep you from cockiness or overconfidence and will provide you with confidence. Decide ahead of time before a crisis arrives how you will react in a given situation so that you're not swayed by the circumstances, the situations, or your emotions. Okay? Beware of being spread too thin in your life. Decide on a few things in life that you can do and do them well. Think focus versus distraction. Make sure that unimportant, non-essential distractions don't keep you from achieving your important objectives. Learn to quit wasting time. Be a good steward of all that God provides you, and time's probably the most important thing. Buy an extra one of everything you use regularly and set the extra one aside for the time when such items may be difficult or impossible to obtain. In every situation, train yourself to look for what doesn't fit, for what is out of place, for what doesn't look right. Teach your children and yourself that they are not obligated to give information to a stranger. In fact, in a lot of instances, not even to a government official. You don't have to answer questions, not even to a government official, that are none of their business. Sell or give away things that you do not use or need. Consider giving away or selling up to 50% of your stuff, your non-essentials. I said that to my wife one night in bed, and she almost choked to death. But in fact, we did give away about a third of our stuff and didn't even miss it. We could probably give away another third and wouldn't even miss it. I mean, we're the biggest junk accumulators in the world as Americans, okay? It doesn't make you lean, mean, and easy to move, okay? Simplify and streamline your life, lifestyle, and possessions. Find someone who lived through the Great Depression and learn from them how they were self-sufficient and how they made do with little and how they found joy and contentment in the midst of hard times. An excellent book on this subject is We Had Everything But Money, Priceless Memories of the Great Depression, from strong people who tell in their own words what it was like when the banks closed and hearts opened. By the way, I have all these principles in a newsletter, and you can contact us up in, my associate Jim Deeds is up in Durango, and if you want to get this, you can get it and he'll send you a copy. Okay, I think you need to acquire basic skills. Okay, well, first of all, adverse conditions teach improvisation. One of the most important aspects of self-sufficiency is developing the mental attitude of improvising, using unconventional methods and tools when the normal tools or methods or comforts or material comforts or conveniences are not available. I think it's handy to acquire basic skills such as auto mechanics, carpentry, salesmanship, upholstery, sewing, knitting, canning, writing, hunting, tracking, fishing. There's hundreds of these skills that you could pick up. They can be recreational. I sent my son to log building school, and he can build a log home. In fact, he built part of the home that we live in right now. And I sent him to pilot school because I figured it would be a good skill for him to have. There's just a whole bunch of physical skills that I think could be recreational, but also can be very useful to you in very tough times. I would encourage you to learn something about medical self-sufficiency. There are three problems with our medical system in America today. Traditional allopathic medicine doesn't have the answer for most people with degenerative diseases such as cancer, multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, etc. It cannot cure them. It now estimates that 1 out of 3 Americans in their lifetime will come down with cancer. Nor does traditional medicine have cures for the host of new deadly viruses, including AIDS, which are coming on stream with a vengeance. An even greater problem is Hillary, or maybe Newt, or whoever, who wants to install a socialized medicine system, which will make an interesting situation much worse. The government, via the FDA, seems to be in an unholy alliance with the American Medical Association and large drug companies in attempting to stamp out all forms of alternate medicine, and is jailing doctors and practitioners of such medicine or seizing their clinics, equipment, records, and supplements, ostensibly to protect the public. That's like protecting the public via the drug war, or privacy, or child abuse, or terrorism, or gun control laws. It's called controlling the people under the guise of protecting them, or is it called population control, a phenomenon we see currently with abortion and next euthanasia that we saw in Nazi Germany. There are a lot of different forms of alternate medicine, from herbal medicine. My wife and daughter were in homeschooling. They're taking an herbal medicine course. They've been taking for 2 years. They're learning how to treat animals and to treat the family with different things. There's oxygen therapy, there's chelation therapy, which can certainly keep you from having to have bypass surgery or an open heart surgery or whatever. There's biomagnetic therapy. I have a friend who I believe can cure AIDS, and he was doing some great work with a biomagnetic machine, and the FDA shut him down, seized his machines, and he's now practicing over in Europe, because our all-controlling government wouldn't let him do it here. There's a whole bunch of different kinds of alternate therapies. There's all kinds of ways that people are, in fact, getting cured of cancer that are not chemotherapy or radiation or cutting or whatever. And the AMA hates it, and the FDA hates it, and the government hates it. But I would encourage you to get creative and to learn these things, because in really, really tough times, you may not have the medical system as we know it to depend upon. And if you learn herbal medicine, let me tell you something. I could go 50 miles in radius around this city, and I bet you I could find 200 or 300 herbs that could be used to cure an awful lot of things. And the government can't stamp them all out. Okay, so there's a number of areas of self-sufficiency that I would encourage you to look at. Spiritual self-sufficiency. I think you need to prepare for persecution and the possibility that there could be an underground church in America where the real church in America is really meeting in homes, and where the public churches are just the collaborationist churches with the government, very much as existed in Russia and the East Bloc countries. I mentioned earlier country living, rural living. Boy, if you could do it, it's a good idea. If you could live 50 miles out of town, even if you had to commute back into town, country living, small town living it's going to be a lot easier to survive in really tough times. Educational self-sufficiency. If you haven't gotten into homeschooling, boy, I would sure take a look at it. It's a way to protect your kids' minds from the government schools, which are just trying to program them for the New World Order and to be good little homos or whatever they are trying to push on any given day. Reading self-sufficiency. You need to build up a library of really good books that can help you on self-sufficiency, because some of these books might not always be available. Food self-sufficiency. I think you ought to have at least a year's supply of dehydrated food set aside, or some kind of food reserves that you can dip into. When my business really headed south a couple times in the 1970s, I was able to eat out of my food reserves a couple of times for 2 or 3 or 4 months at a pop, and it certainly helped us from having more difficult times. I want to talk now just a bit about financial self-sufficiency. Going to try to wind this up in another 10 minutes or so, 10 or 15 minutes. Here's some things I think specifically you need to do financially. First of all is to get out of debt, and get out of debt as quickly as you can. Debt kills in a depression. Debt is the Achilles heel and the common denominator behind the million or so Americans a year that are going bankrupt in this country. So you got to get out of debt, and you got to do so as quickly as possible. Don't take on any new debt, and if you can pay down your debt, I would encourage you to do so. You ought to budget and save at least 10% a month, and frankly, it ought to be closer to 20%. If the Japanese can save 17% a month, that might be your retirement security. Your retirement plan, as you think you've got it figured out, might not be worth the paper it's written on in 10 to 15 to 20 years. Between a money-grabbing government that doesn't respect our property rights and financial markets which could come unglued, you better be thinking of some alternatives. So you better get into a heavy-duty savings program, and if you're not doing it, budget it, cut back on your standard of living, do whatever you can and save anywhere from 10 to 20% a month. I would avoid S&Ls because of their connection with the real estate market, and I think a lot of S&Ls are still headed for more problems. Avoid bank deposits over $100,000. For a lot of us, that's a piece of cake. But you need to monitor your bank, S&L, and insurance company, and there's an outfit that we work with, Weiss Research, which gives reports out. I think they're $15 a report. You can call my associate, Jim Deeds, who's back in the back, if you get one of our numbers off a newsletter or something. And for $15, we can get your report, A, B, C, D, E, minus, plus, et cetera, et cetera. C minus, D, E, or E, or F, you want to switch out of that bank, S&L, or insurance company. You want to run to the exit, not walk. And I think it's just very prudent, and you need to especially be checking and finding out if your institutions, financial institutions, are using derivatives. And that's also true if you've got a pension fund, money in a pension fund or whatever. By the way, for what it's worth, you can put gold or gold and silver in IRAs and certain kinds of self-directed retirement plans. And we've had quite a few of our clients have done that sort of thing. It can be done, okay? There are a few trustees that will work with you on that. Liquidate real estate except for your home in advance of the great FDIC fire sale. I wouldn't have more than 25% of my net worth in real estate. Okay, I realize real estate's been a pretty good investment for a lot of people over the years, but in major cities you're going to have social upheaval, and you're going to have a lot of things that are going to work against real estate. The debt financial problems are going to work against it, and I wouldn't have over 25% of my net worth in real estate. A very interesting book you might want to get hold of, Penturbia, Where Real Estate Will Boom After the Crash of Suburbia, by Jack Lessinger, and he just talks about the fact that small towns are going to profit from all the stuff that's going on. I live in a small town in southwestern Colorado, and our real estate market is probably going up 25 to 30% in the last 2 years. Okay, and it's because of refugees moving from big cities into those smaller towns. So there will be some areas where real estate will boom, but I think by and large, big city real estate you got to be careful of. Okay, we already mentioned the stock market. And unless you're a short-term speculator and you're short the stock market, it is indeed, as Fortune says, the new perilous stock market. I would avoid the stock market like it was a bunch of AIDS. And a month's expense in cash at home is probably not a bad idea. I wouldn't overdo that because the government might have a currency call-in. They've been hinting at that for the last 6 to 12 months. And if you have very much and you come in with a bunch of cash to turn in, they'll probably record it and they might even re-tax you on it. But I think it's prudent to maybe have a month's expenses in cash at home in case there is the lights get turned out somewhere along the way. It wouldn't be a bad idea maybe to have that. Essentially, I would avoid all long bonds. About the only thing I would have in bonds is I would have very, very short-term treasury bills or a short-term treasury bill money market fund, okay? We've already talked about what's happened in the bond market over the last year or so. It will continue, I think. So short-term T-bills or T-bill money market fund is a place to park some cash. It's not very exciting, but I'd keep it real short-term. I would consider up to 30% of a portfolio in precious metals. Now, I feel strongly that people need to have some precious metals, and there's some fundamental reasons why. I would say probably primarily U.S. gold and silver coins. Precious metals tend to be a port in a financial storm for thousands of years, about 5,000. When things have kind of fallen apart financially or politically, people have fled to the one money, gold, sometimes silver, more often gold. So you have some reasons why people will go to gold in unstable times. One of the big problems I have with most investors is most investors have most of their assets in paper. They're part of this gigantic 20 to 30 trillion dollar paper pyramid, and when that paper pyramid starts coming unraveled via derivative stocks, bonds, or whatever, a lot of your assets are going to be gone with the wind. They're just simply going to evaporate. So you need to have upwards to maybe a third of your assets in something that you have in your own possession. No one else has it. You have it in your own home, maybe a bank safety deposit box, but you have it where it's pretty much in your own possession. Gold's done some interesting things. In the early 70s, I went from $35 an ounce up to about $200, so did pretty well, and that was the first leg in a long-term bull market. Then it dropped back to about 102, so it fell in half by about August of 76. Then the rest of that decade of the 70s, it ran up from about 102 to about 850 because there was a lot of monetary turmoil around. And then it dropped it down under 300. And essentially, gold's been going sideways for about the last 7 or 8 years between about 300 and 350. Now it's between about 350 and 400. Somewhere out there, though, there's a third leg. And regardless of where it starts in here, I think you'll see gold in the $1,000, $2,000, maybe $2,500 range by virtue of a massive, massive financial crisis. When it finally arrives, you won't be able to buy gold. The markets will be frozen, and you won't be able to get it from any dealer in the country. You'll kind of be frozen out. So some of the bullish factors for the metals, accelerating U.S. global and banking crisis, the return of inflation, political turmoil in Middle East, South Africa, where a lot of the gold comes from, and the Philippines, Japanese Far East demand for gold. The Japanese and the Orientals have fallen in love with gold, and eventually you'll have a lot of investment demand for gold coming into the market. In a real deflationary depression, monetary demand for gold becomes very strong. Central banks of the world have maybe 30% of their assets in gold right now, maybe up to a third. Security demand, people begin to rush out of traditional financial instruments, banks, S&Ls, paper assets, stocks and bonds, and they go to something that's not just a paper promise to pay, and they go to gold. And so that kind of helps gold to do well in a real depression. And a friend of mine has what he calls the inverted liquidation pyramid, and it simply says in a real depression, people will scramble for liquidity, and they'll scramble out of their least liquid assets like real estate, small business, art goods, antiques. And as you go down this liquidity pyramid, the most liquid assets in the world will be cash and gold. And in the 30s, in the depths of the Depression, gold went up 75%, and the government kind of contained it. They had a lid on it. Gold stocks went up about 500%. So you have basically 3 stages of financial crisis. First, you have the scramble for liquidity when businesses, consumers cut back on building, buying, borrowing. Then there's a credit freeze where the lenders panic and they won't lend, and the borrowers are so scared they won't borrow. That's what you got in Japan right now. And then fear and panic sets in, and the frightened investors flee from traditional financial institutions and obligations and into cash, treasury, paper, and gold. And that's what's happening. All of this is happening in Japan, and Japanese investors are rushing into gold right now. Okay, they've been buying a lot of gold in the last couple of years. So there's a lot of bullish factors around for both gold and silver. that I could talk about. I won't take a lot of time. Silver has a growing supply-demand shortfall. Primary silver mining production is dropping. U.S. government sales, which have been going on for years, are about over because they're running out. Global industrial photographic demand for silver is growing. India is importing silver now, and investment demand for silver will really kick it. So gold and silver, we would say probably split a portfolio about 2/3 gold coins, and we would probably stick with $20 double eagles, St. Gaudens or Liberties, and probably about 1/3 silver, and we'd stick with silver dollars or junk silver coins or whatever. So anyway, we think precious metals make sense. It's a portion of your assets which is low profile, which the government doesn't necessarily have to know about, nor anyone else, and that's still legal. So it's a private investment. It's a portable investment. It could be something that you buy and sell with in tough times. And if someday you decide they don't want to give you your national card or whatever, or you lose it, you might find that buying food with your gold and silver coins could be a little fun. Maybe 10 to 15, maybe probably more like 5 to 10% of a portfolio in gold mining shares. They did great. They were up about 100% in '93, and then they dropped a lot last year. And I think they'll probably do okay again in the not too distant future. I would acquire at least a year's supply of survival food. I mentioned that one earlier. I think that's just prudent and makes some sense. Develop a second source of income. I think I really preach a lot to the people who get my newsletter about the concept of a cottage business. I think having a home-based business of some kind is really the answer to potential unemployment, your job closing down, your company closing down, the declining standard of living that Americans are finding. And I have a precious metals company, and it started out as a little tiny little thing in our basement, and it's grown some over the last few years. And there's thousands and thousands of different kinds of home-based businesses that you could get into. So I think people need to have a second source of income that might become a primary source. Develop alternate or contrarian or maverick sources of information. You need to probably take several newsletters. Mine's one, but mine's not the only one. There's some other good ones around. But you need to have some really good sources. Simplify your lifestyle. Consider living in a country or country retreat if that's possible. It may not be possible for you. Pray for wisdom and guidance. James 1:5 says on how to handle your finances or anything else, how to handle anything. God will give you wisdom, and I think we all need wisdom to take us through the days that lie ahead. Proverbs 27:12, I started out with it, I'll finish up with it. It says, the prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and suffer for it. Okay, we've talked tonight then about the monetary economic decline of the United States. It's very real. I think it's going to accelerate and snowball. I don't think at some point they'll be able to contain it. They may put not national state of emergency or martial law or something on if it happens. But I think you need to understand it, and I do think you need to get your assets out of harm's way. Okay, and we try to give you a few ways to do it. In some of the newsletters we've given you tonight, we'll maybe give you some other ideas and some better understanding on that. So I think that's an area you need to be aware of. It's not going to go away. It's going to get a lot worse. The social political decline, though, if this continues in the rate it's going, we're going to lose our freedom. I think we could lose our freedom between now and the end of the decade, or in the next 5 to 10 years. And you know what? That really makes me mad. I love my country. I love my Constitution. I love my way of life. I grieve because I tell my kids probably once a week, I grieve for them that they don't know what it was like to grow up in America in the 1940s or 50s when we were still pretty free. And probably my grandfather could have grieved for me because he grew up 50 years earlier when America was freer still. And if you think about it, it's real tough for our kids to even know what freedom is all about because they've just been taking it and taking it and taking it, and there's not a whole lot left. So I think it's time we get angry and we do something about it. Edmund Burke said, all that's necessary for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing. And I think good men and women in this country have been doing nothing for a long time. And by default, we have let the socialists and the established and the New World Order crowd begin to dismantle our whole way of life. And I don't know about you, but I'm kind of tired of it. And I think there's time to draw a line in the sand and say, we're just not going to let you do it anymore. So I would encourage you to get involved in the political process. I really appreciate what Ron and you folks are doing here with this group, with this WAM group. I hope it grows. I hope you can get people all over the state involved. There are people waking up. There is a remnant of Americans that do care. and that do love this country, and they love our way of life, and they're angry, and they want to see it stop. And they're not troublemakers. They just want to see them stop tearing up our Constitution and all our freedoms. And so I believe there is an awakening that's taking place, and I think that's going to continue. It'll have its ebbs and flows. It's ebbed a little bit since the election, but I think that will continue. Let me tell you, if you go back and you study history, you will find that one man, one woman can make such an incredible difference. So any of us individually can make an incredible difference, and collectively I know we can make an incredible difference with God's help. The last speech that Winston Churchill ever gave, he was an old man, I believe it was to a military school, and he gave a speech to these young men, and he was very old, and he just simply leaned on his cane, and it was probably the shortest speech he ever gave, and he simply looked at these boys, and he said, never, 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 never give up. And that would be my admonition to you. Never give up. With God on our side, we will certainly win and be victorious. Thank you very much, and God bless you.